Chapter 1249. Only a few of the higher-ups of the snake loyalty sect knew about these two divine objects. However, Ling Xiao was able to point them out with just a few words, and even asked for them. It made the faces of the Snake Righteous Gate's warriors grimace, especially the old Snake King. He really wanted to tear off his face and kill them. I respect you guys as members of the Dragon Gate. That's why I'm giving you an explanation. If you keep pushing me, don't blame me for being impolite. The old Snake King's old eyes sparkled with a strange light as he shouted. Asking for these two divine items was no doubt asking for his old life. It would also break the foundation of the Snake Righteous Gate. The reason why Ling Xiao knew about the existence of these two things was because he had absorbed the soul of the green bamboo leaf. He also knew that the old Snake King was a descendant of the Naga tribe. With his half-incipient God Realm cultivation base, when he turned into a Naga, he could have the competence of a low-level incipient God Realm expert. If they turned against him, they wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Although Ling Gang was always overbearing, he knew that it wasn't the time to be loyal. If he used his peak of King God Realm to his best competence, perhaps he could subdue the old Snake King. However, he would lose more than he could win. Once he lost, the others would die. More importantly, he had to keep Ling Xiao safe. Uncle Xiao, we should be patient. When we get back, we will ask the elders of our tribe to help us. I don't think we can't destroy the Snake Righteous Gate. Ling Gang sent a message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't answer him. He looked at the old Snake King and said, "Just do as you said. After you pay, we will forget about this." "Are you serious?" asked the old Snake King. "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded seriously. Yuro Fei standing next to him threw Ling Xiao an angry but helpless look. She understood that Ling Xiao wasn't a man who would suffer losses. However, the current situation was stronger than him. They couldn't defeat the Snake Righteous Gate. If they continued to tangle with him, they would be in grave danger. She understood this point very well. Good. I believe that every member of Dragon Gate is trustworthy. They definitely won't say one thing on the surface and another behind your back. The old Snake King nodded and a space ring flew out of his hand towards Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao took the space ring, he immediately shouted to the people around him, "Let's go." "I hope you remember your promise." The old Snake King didn't forget to shout again. After Ling Xiao and the others left, the golden snake looked worriedly at the old Snake King and said, "Old Snake King, could this be a delaying tactic?" "This is their delaying tactic, and also our delaying tactic," the old Snake King replied very earnestly. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao and the others would let the matter rest, but he didn't have the guts to kill Ling Xiao and the others. Otherwise, the old fogies of Dragon Gate would definitely come out. Therefore, he could only force Ling Xiao and the others to leave first so that he could make further plans. "Do you think you're the only one who can find people? I don't believe that those old fogies will fight us to the death for a mad monk," the old Snake King murmured, and then said to the golden snake, "Immediately send some young snakes to pay attention to their whereabouts. I believe that they won't attack so quickly. I'll leave for a few days. Make sure to wait for my return." Finished speaking, the old Snake King disappeared in front of them. The golden snake immediately blew a strange note, and then some small snakes shot towards the direction that Ling Xiao and the others left at an extremely fast speed. These snakes were called threaded snakes. They weren't even the size of a pinky finger, didn't make any sound, and were extremely fast. They weren't something that could be easily discovered. "Boss, do you think the old Snake King can really ask for reinforcements to help us deal with Dragon Gate?" The indigo ring snake asked the golden snake with some worry. "Since the old Snake King is confident, it should be possible," the golden snake replied. In fact, his face had betrayed him. He didn't believe that anyone in the Sky Dragon territory could resist Dragon Gate's warriors. Ling Zhao's team had left Snake Ridge. Along the way, Yuro Fei couldn't stop crying. Her eyes were red. Yin Mingqi, Lai Ruyu, and Zhou Zhijing were comforting her, but it didn't work. Ling Xiao walked to her and said, "Ro Fei, don't cry. Our priority now is to wipe out the Snaky sect. Don't they have incipient God Realm experts? What do we have to fight them?" Yuro Fei said begrudgingly. "Do you think that if I leave now, it will be over?" Ling Xiao asked. Yuro Fei turned her head away and didn't say anything. She knew that Ling Xiao had tried his best to help her. Could she blame him? Ling Xiao looked at her disappointedly. He turned around and walked away. Ling Gang walked to him and said, "Uncle Xiao, should I go back to my clan and ask for help? I don't believe that the Snake E sect dares to ignore us." "No need. You guys should find a place to rest. I will deal with the Snake E sect myself." Ling Xiao waved his hand. Then he called the spendthrift and the 13th prince to leave. Ling Gang hurried to stop him. "Uncle Xiao, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive." He was afraid that Ling Xiao would go back alone to trouble the Snake E sect. If that happened, Ling Xiao would be in danger. He would never allow Ling Xiao to do that. Hearing Ling Gang's shout, the others also gathered around Ling Xiao. "Xiao, what are you doing?" Yin Mingqi stared at Ling Xiao. "I'm fine. Don't worry. I have a way to kill them all." "You guys should find a place to rest first," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "They have half incipient God Realm experts. What can you do? I won't let you go." Lai Ruyu shouted. Eurofei felt sad. She knew that she had misunderstood Ling Xiao. She thought that Ling Xiao had done that because of her. She jumped over and hugged Ling Xiao. "Husband, I'm sorry. My adoptive father is dead. I can't watch you risk your life. I will find them later." Let's go. I don't blame you." Ling Xiao felt Eurofei's true feelings. The resentment in his heart disappeared. He gently patted Eurofei's shoulder, and then looked at the others. "Don't worry. With the prodigal and the 13th prince helping me, I'll be fine. I care about my life more than anyone else. I won't risk my life. Even if they're strong, they can't defeat that old man." Lai Ruyu didn't believe him. Yin Mingqi seemed to know what Ling Xiao wanted to do. She said softly, "Then you should go and come back quickly. We're all waiting for you." "Okay, wait for my good news. No matter what, the Snake Loyalty sect will be destroyed." Ling Xiao answered and left with the prodigal and the 13th prince. Ling Gang and the others wanted to follow them, but Ling Xiao refused. They didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao's will, so they all stayed and found another place to settle down. Ling Xiao brought the prodigal and the 13th prince with him, and flew at full speed toward the nearest ancient mountain range. No matter where one was, there would be endless mountain ranges. The only thing that could be compared was the size of the mountain ranges. Normally, there would be all kinds of spirit beasts living in mountain ranges, and all kinds of spirit herbs growing there. However, ancient mountain ranges were much more dangerous than ordinary mountain ranges. There would be high-grade spirit beasts there, and there were even quite a few that had reached the level of holy beasts and above. It was not a place that just anyone would dare to enter. Ling Xiao's intention in coming to this ancient mountain range was self-evident. He wanted to use the holy beasts here to wipe out the Snake Ridge in one fell swoop. Of course, he wasn't a god-tier beast tamer. However, he had an advantage that no other beast tamer could compare to. That was the prodigal and the 13th prince. As long as they took action, it wouldn't be difficult to gather an army of holy beasts. Ling Xiao was forced to do this. After all, he couldn't wait to ask for reinforcements from his clan. Hence, he had to ask for reinforcements from here. Moreover, it would be a waste not to use the advantages of the two divine beasts beside him. Unless there was an existence stronger than them in this ancient mountain range, these holy beasts would definitely listen to their summons. Ling Xiao let the prodigal and the 13th prince return to their original forms. He sat on the prodigal's body, and let them shoot toward the depths of the ancient mountain range. When Ling Xiao felt that it was about time, he let the two of them roar wildly. Following that, their earth-shattering roars caused the entire area to tremble. Immediately after, a series of voices came from all directions, one after another, coming closer and closer. Ling Xiao knew that they had successfully summoned them. All kinds of spirit beasts surged over from all directions like a tidal wave. It was as if thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping. It was a majestic sight. The mercenaries who were hunting spirit beasts in this ancient mountain range didn't know what was happening. They were all scared witless and ran as far away as they could. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise them when he saw this scene. If I could bring all the spirit beasts with me at all times, I'm afraid I can wipe out any force in the heavenly region. However, Ling Xiao was just thinking about it. Spirit beasts had their own rules too. Although divine beasts could summon them to do things for them, They couldn't make them listen to their commands all the time. Only those spirit beasts that were from their own clan could do so. Moreover, as a clan of beast emperors, they couldn't possibly send their own people to their deaths. They could do such things occasionally, but if they did it often, they would also be obstructed by other divine beasts. There might also be high-level mutated spirit beasts that were dissatisfied and challenged their authority. Those at the front were naturally existences that had reached the level of holy beasts. Those at the periphery were spirit beasts that were weaker in strength. Ling Xiao let the 13th prince convey his message. Only those that had reached the 9th level and above could stay. Those that were below the 9th level were all rejected. The 13th prince roared again, and the spirit beasts at the periphery retreated after receiving his order. There were still 7,000 to 8,000 holy beasts that had reached the 9th level and above. There were also 400 to 500 holy beasts that had reached the 10th level. And there were even 3 that had reached the advanced 10th level. They were the kings of this ancient mountain range. They were the 8-armed divine ape, the demonic wind tiger king, and the 4-eyed devil eagle. Chapter 1250. The 8-armed divine ape was a powerful ape that was as tall as a mountain. It possessed the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast, which allowed it to advance to its current realm. Its yellow fur was extremely bright and dazzling, and every strand of hair stood up like needles. Its 8 divine arms kept making all sorts of movements, which made it look rather strange and powerful. The demonic wind tiger king was a wind-type holy beast. It was also a mutated beast that had been left behind since ancient times. It was said to be a hybrid between a demonic tiger and a wind tiger. It possessed some sort of divine power, and was rather intelligent. Its pair of fox-like tiger-like eyes kept moving around, looking extremely intelligent. On its forehead, there was a demonic king character, displaying its supreme might as a beast king. The 4-eyed magic eagle was a mutated spiritual beast. It had probably consumed some sort of heaven-defying treasure to advance to such a high level. It was the overlord of this ancient mountain range. The black feathers on its body were especially smooth and soft. It kept flapping its wings, bringing about bursts of black whirlwinds. They were all of the same level as the 13th prince, but the 13th prince and the prodigal had actually summoned their subordinates over. They were clearly displeased. After all, this was the territory that they had lived in for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't a place where they could just give up on a whim. Dragon Crown Prince, Qilin Prince, what's the meaning of this? The 8-armed divine ape waved its 8 arms at the 13th prince and the prodigal. Could it be that the Dragon Crown Prince and the Qilin Prince are trying to snatch our territory? The demonic wind tiger king let out an ear-piercing voice. The 4-eyed magic eagle let out a loud screech, but it didn't ask any questions. However, its 4 eyes were filled with a strong sense of vigilance. The holy beasts in the periphery were quite a distance away from them, so it wasn't their place to interfere. The 13th prince was instantly infuriated when he heard that the 3 holy beasts actually dared to question his command. He roared at the 3 holy beasts, and a dragon's roar shook the entire space and caused it to collapse and shatter. He didn't even reply to them. Instead, he pounced towards the 3 holy beasts and bit them. His dragon's roar had already given them a huge shock. When the 13th prince pounced towards them, their aura had already weakened a little. However, that didn't mean that they would choose to retreat. In an instant, the 13th prince and the 3 holy beasts started fighting. The prodigal kept roaring at the side. He really wanted to rush in and help, but he also knew that the 13th prince definitely wouldn't want anyone to interfere with his battle. This was where the dignity of a holy beast lay. Ling Xiao called the prodigal back to his side, and looked worriedly at the 13th prince, who was fighting the 3 holy beasts. However, his worries were unnecessary. Although the 3 sacred beasts that were on the same level as the 13th prince were terrifying, they were nothing compared to the 13th prince. The 8-armed divine ape's chest was torn apart by the 13th prince's dragon claw. The evil wind tiger king, who took advantage of the opportunity, was swept away by the 13th prince's dragon tail. The evil wind tiger king smashed into the mountains, crushing many of them into powder. The 4-eyed devil eagle kept shooting out demonic lights from its eyes, but it was unable to do anything to the 13th prince. It was bitten by the 13th prince, and was almost swallowed alive. Of course, The 13th prince had to pay a price. However, his dragon scales were comparable to top-notch artifacts, so he didn't suffer much damage. After ruthlessly flinging the four-eyed devil eagle away, it soared into the sky and let out a series of angry roars. The dragon's roar was still as earth-shattering and powerful as ever. His massive dragon aura burst forth continuously, and the golden light was especially dazzling and noble. The holy beasts in the surroundings couldn't help but let out low cries and prostrate themselves on the ground. Their bodies were still trembling nonstop. The three injured holy beasts also lowered their proud heads unwillingly. They knew that if they continued to resist, they would definitely die. It was that simple for the spiritual beasts to call each other kings. Whoever was stronger and had a more noble bloodline would be their boss. It wasn't like humans, who had so many tricks up their sleeves. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao already knew that the 13th prince had defeated the three holy beasts. However, Ling Xiao wasn't very satisfied. The three holy beasts looked powerful, but they couldn't even defeat the 13th prince. They weren't strong enough to deal with a half-incipient god realm expert and a peak level 10 black demon pattern snake. 13th, are these three the strongest existences here? Are there any stronger existences? Ling Xiao asked the 13th prince. The 13th prince answered, they are the kings of this place. There is no one stronger than them. Ling Xiao looked at the holy beasts around him. They were all top-notch and should be more than enough to deal with the serpent pythons. After all, even though there were many serpent pythons, there weren't as many level 9 holy beasts here. Ling Xiao sighed. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Isn't this an ancient mountain range? Are there only so few holy beasts? Boss, are you worried about those powerful beastmen? The 13th prince asked. Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. They're no match for you. How could you possibly defeat them? Actually, you don't have to worry. If I use my full strength, I can definitely defeat them, the 13th prince said with a domineering aura. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't trust the 13th prince. Once he used his Dragon Ball, he indeed had the power of a half-incipient god realm expert. However, he wasn't afraid. If something happened to the 13th prince, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Moreover, if he wasn't 100% confident, he definitely wouldn't take the risk. Ling Xiao shook his head. I believe you can defeat him, but I don't want you to get hurt. We have to completely defeat them. The 13th prince didn't say anything else. Instead, it was the prodigal who ran to the other side to deal with the demonic Wind Tiger King. Then the prodigal ran back and said to Ling Xiao, Boss, it's said that there's a stronger existence here. It's just that it has fallen into an endless sleep. No one dares to disturb it. It's the original king here. What kind of holy beast is that? Ling Xiao exclaimed. It's the holy beast of the Heavenly Hound tribe, the prodigal said. The Heavenly Hound tribe? Ling Xiao said in astonishment. He knew that the Heavenly Hound tribe had a powerful bloodline that wasn't any weaker than a godly beast. It belonged to an ancient tribe with a small population. It was said that it was extinct. He didn't expect to see it in this mountain range. The Heavenly Hound was also known as the Hound God. It was the most powerful mount of the ancient southern sky god. It had the ability to command all the hounds in the world. It also had the terrifying power to swallow the sun and the moon. This tribe was extremely arrogant. Even godly beasts wouldn't easily offend them. Otherwise, they would even dare to bite and kill godly beasts. Yeah, boss, do you want me to ask it to help us? The prodigal said as if he was asking for credit. He was already annoyed when he saw the 13th prince's power. How could he let the 13th prince compete with him? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Forget it. The Heavenly Hound tribe won't give in to anyone. If it's really that powerful, I'm afraid it might attack us if we anger it. Unexpectedly, the prodigal said, Boss, don't worry. The Heavenly Hound tribe is related to my tribe. I can definitely convince it to help us. Are you serious? Ling Xiao asked joyfully. He really didn't know what the relationship between the Qilin tribe and the Heavenly Hound tribe was. However, this was related to the secrets of spirit beasts. As a human, he naturally didn't know everything. Since ancient times, the Qilin tribe was known as the Duansho tribe. Anyone who was assisted by them would definitely be an emperor bestowed by the heavens. They represented justice, light, kindness, and power. On the other hand, the Heavenly Hound tribe represented suppressing evil and killing all ferocious creatures. Wherever they appeared, all evil creatures would avoid them. It could be said that there was a connection between the two tribes. Therefore, the Qilin tribe was the only tribe that the Heavenly Hound tribe could get along with. Why would I lie to you about this? Why don't you wait here? I'll go with it and come back soon. I'll definitely find the Heavenly Hound tribe for you, the prodigal said. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while and said, Okay, I'll wait here for your news. Anyway, the prodigal was a divine beast. Even if he couldn't get the Heavenly Hound tribe to help him, he wouldn't be killed by it. Therefore, the prodigal brought the demonic Wind Tiger King to find the Heavenly Hound holy beast. At first, the demonic Wind Tiger King refused to go. In the end, under the pressure of the 13th prince, it could only bring the prodigal along. The prodigal's trip would probably take a long time. After all, the Heavenly Hound tribe was hidden in the deepest part of the mountain. It was quite far away, and normal holy beasts wouldn't dare to take half a step there. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to collect all kinds of divine herbs in this ancient mountain range. Now Ling Xiao had accumulated quite a lot of divine herbs. In addition to what he had in the medicine cauldron, it was no longer something that a normal godly apothecary's collection could compare to. After all, not everyone could walk freely in these ancient mountains like him without fear of being attacked by holy beasts. 3 days later, the prodigal and the demonic Wind Tiger King returned. On the demonic Wind Tiger King sat a strange-looking old man. The old man's hair seemed to have been dyed, and there were actually several colors on it, with red being the most popular. It looked especially fashionable and tangible, and his body was extremely tall and strong. His hands and feet were covered in long curly hair, and the nails on his fingers and toes were especially long and sharp. The most attractive thing was the nose on his face. It was especially big, and it was a red nose, which was extremely eye-catching. Ling Xiao immediately guessed that this was undoubtedly the Heavenly Hound tribe in human form. He thought that he would be able to see the Heavenly Hound tribe's true form. Unexpectedly, it had transformed into a human form and looked a little like a savage. This greatly disappointed him. However, since the other party was willing to help him, he was still very happy. With the help of the Heavenly Hound, the righteous snake sect would definitely be destroyed. Boss, this is the divine dog uncle. With his help, there's no need to fear that snake beast, the prodigal said to Ling Xiao excitedly. Okay, then I'll have to trouble this divine dog uncle, Ling Xiao said happily to the Heavenly Hound tribe. However, the Heavenly Hound tribe glanced at him and had no intention of replying. Its expression was very disdainful and arrogant. Chapter 1251. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to the arrogant Heavenly Hound. In his eyes, no matter how high and mighty the Heavenly Hound was, it was still just a dog. He had the Qilin Divine Beast and True Dragon Divine Beast as his right and left arms. Why would he care about this old dog? In fact, Ling Xiao felt that the grapes were sour because he couldn't eat them. After all, the Heavenly Hound was in existence comparable to the Divine Beasts. If he could subdue it, it would be better than a magnificent army. Unfortunately, after seeing the Heavenly Hound's attitude, he gave up on that idea. Therefore, Ling Xiao led the thousands of sacred beasts towards the Snake Ridge in a grand procession. Along the way, those who wanted to enter the ancient mountain range were all scared out of their wits. They thought that a beast tide had occurred. Not long after, Ling Xiao once again returned to the Snake Ridge. He didn't look for anyone else. He led the sacred beasts directly into the Snake Ridge. Lions, tigers, leopards, wolves, eagles, many other sacred beasts, under the leadership of the 8-armed ape, demonic Wind Tiger King, and 4-eyed demonic eagle, began to massacre the snakes. Wherever they went, it was like a plague, and terrifying disasters occurred. Snake pythons became food in the stomachs of these sacred beasts. Many of their severed corpses were scattered all over the ground. Their blood dyed the mountains red. The snake loyalty sect immediately received the news that such a large army of sacred beasts had arrived. Several threaded snakes fell into the hands of the golden serpent. From the anxious expressions on their faces, he knew that the matter was serious. He immediately summoned everyone. Boss, what's going on? Why are there suddenly so many sacred beasts attacking? The seven-step serpent had already received the news, and anxiously asked the golden serpent. How would I know? Now is not the time to discuss this. Immediately bring everyone out and exterminate them. The golden serpent said. Could this be related to the dragon gate? The indigo serpent asked doubtfully. Probably not. The threaded snakes already said that they are far away from our snake ridge. If they turn back, I will definitely receive the news, the golden serpent said. Then he said, why hasn't the old snake king returned yet? Really? He no longer had time to complain. He summoned all the disciples who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor. There were nearly 10,000 of them, and they were the most powerful existences in the snake loyalty sect. More than half of them were stationed within the sect, and they were all below the saint level. They were the foundation of the snake loyalty sect. These people all rode on snake beasts and summoned the hundreds of thousands of snake beasts in the Snake Ridge towards the army of sacred beasts. This number seemed extremely shocking, but there were less than a tenth of them who had reached the 9th level and above, and there were even fewer who had reached the 10th level. The most powerful ones were the golden snake, the seven-step snake, and the blue-ringed snake. All of them had reached the peak of the intermediate stage of the 10th order, and were not far from the advanced stage. These three snake kings were the same as their names. They were the golden snake, the seven-step snake, and the blue-ringed snake. They were the kings of snake beasts and contained the most terrifying snake venom. When they led their army to the front of the sacred beast army, their hearts ached when they saw so many snake beasts being slaughtered. These snake beasts were the result of their accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years. It was also because of this many snake beasts that the other forces were deterred and did not dare to do anything to the snake loyalty sect. But now, these 7,000 to 8,000 sacred beasts were extremely terrifying, and they had slaughtered the snake beasts all over the mountains and plains. Damn it, it's that brat from the Dragon Gate. Could he be a beast-tamed lion? How could he lead so many sacred beasts here? The seven-step snake shouted in shock when it saw Ling Xiao sitting on the 13th prince. He doesn't have to be a beast-tamed lion. He might have used the divine might of those two divine beasts to summon them. Damn it, he must have summoned all the sacred beasts in the Scarlet Wild Mountain Range. The golden snake cursed with an extremely ugly expression. It's useless to say anything now. Let's get rid of these sacred beasts first. The blue-ringed snake cried out in shock. Immediately after, he brought along his snake beasts and charged towards the sacred beasts. The golden snake and the seven-step snake did not stop and also charged towards the sacred beasts. They were all Sinjin of Goguryeo, and their combat strength was not to be underestimated. Killing the sacred beasts was not a difficult task for them. Besides, the snake loyalty sect still had the 100 kilograms divine king. They were not to be underestimated. Moreover, they had the help of the snake beasts. However, among this sacred beast army, there were 400 to 500 10th order divine kings. It was a shocking number. On the snake loyalty sect's side, there were only about 300 divine kings and 10th order snake beasts. For a moment, the snake ridge was filled with the roars of beasts. The sounds of killing shook the heavens and blood dyed the surroundings. The seven-step snake had his eyes on Ling Xiao. He must avenge his second brother. Even if his second brother had two divine beasts by his side, he could not let him off. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was only a low-level divine king. As long as he could lure the two divine beasts away, wouldn't he be at his mercy? As he thought of this, he ordered his protective snake beast and several 10th order snake beasts to pounce in Ling Xiao's direction. Waves of origin snake venom qi continuously shrouded the space above Ling Xiao. If an ordinary person breathed in this venom, it would not be easy to get rid of it. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He had already cultivated the ancient emperor divine technique to the final transformation. His body was comparable to a divine weapon, and he had reached the realm of being immune to poison. Moreover, he had the Khanate Yin Wind Pearl in his sea of consciousness, which could absorb evil Yin energy. He was not afraid of the snake venom at all. Moreover, his heavenly fire also had the powerful effect of exorcising evil. Ling Xiao already knew that the snake loyalty sect had all come out. He immediately ordered the prodigal 13th prince to take action. Of course, he did not forget to instruct the prodigal to let the heavenly hound take action. Although he did not see the old Snake King come out, he was sure that the other party would not be a coward. However, it was unknown whether the Heavenly Hound thought too highly of itself or disdained to obey Ling Xiao's orders. The Heavenly Hound only stayed by the prodigal's side, and did not take the initiative to take action. The moment it saw that the prodigal was about to be injured, it would take action to help. Ling Xiao was extremely depressed. However, what could he say? However, Ling Xiao only considered letting the holy beasts deal with the snake beasts and the snake loyalty sect. He had neglected his own safety. Little bastard, give me your life. The seven-step serpent had been hiding not far away for a long time. He shouted in shock, and the seven-section divine whip in his hand locked onto Ling Xiao's throat. Its speed was incomparably fast. Like a spiritual snake, it passed through many spatial barriers and arrived in front of Ling Xiao's neck in an instant. It was too late for Ling Xiao to dodge. After all, the other party was at the peak Divine King realm. The speed and strength of his attack was definitely not something an ordinary Divine King could compare with. Ling Xiao felt his neck being tightly strangled. The pain instantly assaulted him and golden blood immediately seeped out of his neck. Ling Xiao hurriedly grabbed the seven-section divine whip. He definitely could not let the other party use force to break his neck. Otherwise he would be finished. He cursed inwardly. How careless. The seven-step serpent laughed sinisterly. You actually went back on your word and brought these holy beasts to destroy my snake loyalty sect. Today, even if the people from Dragon Gate come, I will still kill you. As his voice fell, the power in his hand instantly increased, and he pulled Ling Xiao thousands of meters away. The power transmitted from the seven-section divine whip to Ling Xiao's neck, intending to break his neck. However, Ling Xiao's neck was much tougher than he had imagined. He actually failed to break it in an instant. Your neck is quite tough. The seven-step serpent sneered and exerted force once more. He was determined to kill Ling Xiao immediately. If the other party's divine beasts came to kill him, everything would be in vain. Ling Xiao knew that he was in a dangerous situation, but he was still able to calm down. Both his hands tightly grasped the seven-section divine whip. At this moment, the divine soul in his sea of consciousness also charged out. The golden dragon spear also flew out of his medicine cauldron. The divine soul doppelganger carried the golden dragon spear, and instantly rushed towards the seven-step serpent. Ling Xiao's flesh and soul had already reached the high-level divine king realm. Moreover, it could use all kinds of divine skills just like his real body. It was equivalent to Ling Xiao's other real living doppelganger. The divine soul doppelganger erupted with all its strength. Its combat power was dozens of times greater than before. The golden dragon spear in its hand blasted out a tyrannical and mighty golden dragon that directly attacked the seven-step serpent. The seven-step serpent had been using all its strength to pull Ling Xiao's neck. However, it suddenly saw another Ling Xiao appear. Moreover, this Ling Xiao's imposing manner was actually so overbearing. It seemed that this Ling Xiao was not the least bit inferior to the Senjin of Goguryeo. The might of this attack made the seven-step serpent feel even more oppressed. If it continued to pull Ling Xiao, it would definitely be hit head-on. In desperation, it could only take back the seven-section divine whip and sweep it towards the incoming dragon-shaped attack. Rumble. The two powerful attacks collided, producing an earth-shaking rumble. Countless residual forces continuously splashed out. Under this move, Ling Xiao's divine soul was shaken back 100 meters, while the seven-step serpent was forced back 20 or 30 meters. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. However, the seven-step serpent didn't look happy at all. Instead, his expression became even more unsightly. As one of the Senjin of Goguryeo, although he was one of the weakest, he still had the power of a peak god king. Yet he couldn't actually deal with this low-level god king in front of him. This was simply a great humiliation. He shouted in shock, and the seven-section divine whip in his hand kept attacking Ling Xiao's divine soul. Numerous snake-shaped attacks bombarded Ling Xiao's divine soul. These attacks also contained a large amount of the seven-step serpent's venom. The so-called seven-step serpent, once someone came into contact with its snake venom, would definitely be poisoned to death within 7 steps. This was also the most terrifying aspect of the seven-step serpent. Naturally, Ling Xiao knew how terrifying this snake venom was. He pushed his power to the maximum, and numerous metallic lights swept away the venom. However, the seven-step serpent's power was above his. Although he had the ancient sovereign divine technique to increase his combat strength, it was still far from enough. The other party wasn't a soft sieve that could be pinched however he wanted. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger was forced to retreat again and again. The weakness was already very obvious. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful doppelganger. However, the seven-step serpent laughed sinisterly. His seven-section divine whip suddenly loosened, and it automatically coiled around Ling Xiao's divine soul. At the same time, he stabbed out with a divine sword. Chapter 1252. The seven-segment divine whip and seven-step serpent seemed to have reached the realm of being one with the weapon. Presumably, it already possessed a weapon soul. Even after it left his hand, it would still take the initiative to attack. It spun non-stop, emitting powerful divine power as it came down on Ling Xiao from the sky. Once enveloped, Ling Xiao's divine spirit avatar would definitely be torn into several pieces. Ling Xiao's divine spirit avatar could deflect it, but seven-step serpent was already stabbing at him with its divine sword. With the seven-segment divine whip guarding him from above, and the seven-step serpent attacking him from the front, it was indeed not easy to deal with. However, one mustn't forget that Ling Xiao also had two handy divine weapons. He threw the golden dragon spear at the seven-segment divine whip. The golden dragon spear seemed to transform into a golden dragon divine beast, colliding with the seven-step serpent formed by the seven-segment divine whip. Ling Xiao waved his hand and a sword, one blue and one red, shot towards seven-pacer serpent from another direction. Before the seven-step serpent could reach Ling Xiao, the ice and fire sword had already pierced the side of the seven-step serpent. Seven-step serpent naturally didn't care about the ice and fire sword's sudden attack. With a slap of his palm, he shook off the ice and fire swords. The divine sword in his hand continued to stab at Ling Xiao with a powerful light. However, Ling Xiao already had the time to dodge the attack. He flashed to the other side and summoned the ice and fire swords into his hand. Once again, he charged at seven-step serpent. So what if it was Sinjin of Goguryeo? Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. Ling Xiao's divine spirit avatar had the strength of a high-level god king, and he had the ancient sovereign divine technique to boost his strength. Even if he wasn't a peak god king yet, he wasn't far from it. Moreover, his multiple elemental attacks were simply impossible to defend against. Seven-step serpent couldn't deal with him for a while. Instead, he became more and more impatient. He could already feel that his seven-segment divine whip was about to collapse under the bombardment of his opponent's golden dragon spear. After all, in a battle between divine armament, other than looking at the rank of the divine armament, it also depended on the strength of the artifact's soul. Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear was a high-grade divine artifact forged from dragon blood, dragon bones, and dragon tendons. It was only one step away from becoming a top-grade divine artifact. It wouldn't be difficult for it to destroy the seven-segment divine whip. The seven-step serpent bellowed. "If I don't kill you today, I'm not human." With a wave of his hand, he called back the seven-section divine whip, and his figure began to change. Like a snake, overlapping shadows swept across the sky, making it impossible to tell which one was his real body. Seven-fold whip lock. Countless seven-section whips appeared in this world, as if they were from hell, striking at Ling Xiao's spiritual soul from seven directions. The power of these whips was enough to trap and destroy several large cities. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Ling Xiao's real body snorted coldly in another direction. A divine Bodhi bow had already appeared in his hand, and the divine arrow feather was already ready to be fired. When the seven-step serpent attacked his divine soul clone with all his might, Ling Xiao's aura had already locked onto the seven-step serpent, and the divine arrow feather instantly shot out from the divine bow. Swish! The divine Bodhi bow had the godly power to capture any true aura. No matter how the opponent transformed, no matter how many shadows there were, it could still rely on its godly power to find and shoot at the opponent. If the divine arrow feather was also made from Bodhi tree branches, then no matter where the opponent fled to, he would definitely be shot. This was the true godly power of an ancient divine armament. Even though the divine Bodhi Bao could only unleash less than 10% of its godly power, it was still enough to make the seven-step serpent suffer. He was currently attacking Ling Zhao's divine soul clone with all his might. He had to take him down as soon as possible. Otherwise, where would he put his face as the Sunjin of Goguryeo? Meanwhile, Ling Zhao's divine soul clone was defending with all his might. All the techniques of the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique were blasted out at the same time, and numerous golden dragon shadows roared and churned nonstop. However, there was still a gap between his strength and the seven-step serpent's. Moreover, the seven-step serpent was attacking with all his might, and the divine seven-segment whip had shredded all the dragon shadows into pieces. As expected, the gap in strength could not be easily bridged. When the seven-step serpent saw that he was about to break through all the attacks on Ling Zhao's divine soul, he shouted coldly, "How dare you fight me with just this level of strength? Even if a peak godly king were to come here, I would still kill you without hesitation." Indeed, as the Sunjin of Goguryeo, the seven-step serpent's strength was absolutely incomparable to a peak godly king of the same rank. Aside from his formidable attack power, he also possessed the origin snake venom, which was simply impossible to defend against. However, just as those attacks were about to land on Ling Zhao's divine soul clone, an unprecedented sense of danger assaulted him from behind. The seven-step serpent's hair stood on end. He knew that if he didn't dodge this attack from behind, he would definitely be in mortal danger. He didn't dare to hesitate and instantly gave up on the impulse to strangle Ling Zhao. The divine seven-segment whip in his hand circled back and wrapped around the divine arrow feather that had suddenly attacked him. The divine seven-segment whip had wrapped around the divine arrow feather, but the divine arrow feather's momentum was still very fierce. In the blink of an eye, it had reached his chest. What? The seven-step serpent didn't expect the might of this arrow to be so terrifying. He cried out in alarm, and his other hand instantly grabbed the divine arrow feather to prevent it from hitting him. However, the terrifying power of the divine arrow feather was actually able to dissipate the power of the seven-step serpent's hand and pierce his chest. "Stop right there." The seven-step serpent roared angrily. Snake scales appeared on the back of his hand, and his strength instantly multiplied. He forcefully grabbed the divine arrow feather. The divine arrow feather was only 1 centimeter away from his flesh. However, just when he thought that the danger had been averted, another ray of light rushed over like a stream of water. In less than the blink of an eye, it was once again in front of him. This terrifying power was actually much more terrifying than the previous arrow. "Don't even think about hurting me." The seven-step serpent was worthy of being one of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. He cried out in alarm, and the divine sword that he had put away appeared once again. He ruthlessly slashed at the divine arrow feather that was about to reach him. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao's divine soul clone had already gathered all of its power with the golden dragon spear. Its speed was raised to the point where it couldn't be seen, and it ruthlessly stabbed at the seven-step serpent's back. The seven-step serpent's attention was completely focused on the divine arrow feather behind him. How could he care about the attack behind him? When he sensed it, he was frightened out of his wits and used all of his strength to dodge. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The domineering attack had completely engulfed the seven-step serpent. Ling Zhao's divine soul was unforgiving. He completely didn't check whether the seven-step serpent had been hit or not. He continuously waved the golden dragon spear in his hand, and powerful attacks continuously bombarded him. Even many of the nearby snakes and pythons were affected and killed. Phew! Ling Zhao's divine soul let out a light breath, and his body gradually became blurry. His soul power was almost depleted. After fighting with the Sunjin of Goguryeo for so long, he couldn't hold on any longer. His divine soul instantly returned to Ling Zhao's real body. Ling Zhao's face was incomparably pale, and his divine power was almost depleted. He didn't wait for his body to recover. He immediately took out 2 divine pills and swallowed them, allowing himself to recover as quickly as possible. When everything vanished, Ling Zhao discovered that the seven-step serpent was still alive. He could barely stay high in the sky. However, one of his arms had been blasted off, and the defensive armor on his body had been completely shattered. There wasn't a single part of his body that was still intact. His bones and internal organs could be faintly seen, and the blood was particularly glaring. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw him like this. The seven-step serpent wasn't dead, but he was half dead. This was the final opportunity to finish him off. The seven-step serpent was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect that the kid in front of him would have so many trump cards. He was even able to force the Sunjin of Goguryeo into such a state. "Boss, save me." The seven-step serpent dragged his heavily injured body and frantically rushed towards the golden dragon snake. How could Ling Xiao let him go? He raised his golden dragon spear and charged at the seven-step serpent again. On the other side, the golden dragon snake heard the seven-step serpent's cry. He quickly forced the Devilwind Tiger away and rushed towards the seven-step serpent to support him. However, Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear was already shooting towards the seven-step serpent's head. The golden dragon snake was still some distance away from the seven-step serpent, so he couldn't save him in time. He immediately shouted, "Little bastard, you dare? I'll make you beg for death." However, no matter how much he shouted, it was too late. Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear ruthlessly struck the seven-step serpent's head. Without any mishaps, the seven-step serpent was killed by Ling Xiao in a direct confrontation. The Sunjin of Goguryeo, who was ranked 955th, had been killed by a peak low-level godly king just like that. It had to be said that the seven-step serpent had suffered the same fate as his second brother. The golden dragon snake was infuriated. "I'll kill you." However, just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao, the Devilwind Tiger King and the other godly beasts surrounded him once again, blocking his path. In his rage, the golden dragon snake instantly released a terrifying snake source venom. Many venomous snakes spread around him, and the other godly beasts couldn't withstand it. Meanwhile, the Devilwind Tiger King's body was ruthlessly smashed by the golden staff, and fresh blood spurted out. The anger of a godly king ranked in the 800th place was not something a 10th-grade godly beast like the Devilwind Tiger King could withstand. The golden dragon snake unleashed an attack that contained a large amount of snake source venom, and the other godly beasts didn't dare to approach him. Several godly beasts even came into contact with the snake source venom, and they had no choice but to use their powerful bodies to resist it. However, this also caused them to lose their fighting strength, and they were all killed by the golden dragon snake's golden staff. The golden dragon snake was stronger than the seven-step serpent, and his strength was even more terrifying. Just as Ling Xiao was about to escape, the Sunjin of Goguryeo's verification phenomenon appeared once again. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to enjoy the Sunjin of Goguryeo's verification phenomenon. His life was more important. He threw another punch at the Sunjin of Goguryeo's verification phenomenon, and the beam of light dispersed. At that moment, the golden dragon snake was already not far from Ling Xiao. The golden staff in his hand emitted golden rays, and a 10,000-meter-long golden dragon snake pounced at Ling Xiao. At the same time, it also contained a large amount of snake source venom. "Little bastard, I want you to die without a burial place," the golden dragon snake roared. This attack came too quickly, and Ling Xiao had already exhausted himself. There was no way he could dodge it. His heart sank. It's over. Chapter 1253. The Wastrel and the 13th Prince were slaughtering the snake pythons on the other side, while dealing with the other divine kings from the snake loyalty sect. When Ling Xiao summoned them, they couldn't come back to save him at the first moment. The golden serpent's furious strike was like a thunderbolt, its power terrifying to the extreme. Many spaces kept collapsing, and spatial cracks also appeared from the impact. Before the attack even arrived, Ling Xiao felt a heavy pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. His divine power was almost depleted, and even his spirit power was extremely weak. Although he had taken pills, he could not recover so quickly. It was impossible for him to dodge the attack. Just as the golden snake's domineering attack was about to kill him, an even more powerful force suddenly appeared and completely dispersed the attack. Boom boom boom. The attack of a peak divine king was mysteriously erased by a force that appeared out of nowhere. Ling Xiao was completely unharmed. He stood there in a daze, thinking that someone from the Dragon Gate had rushed over to help him. Unexpectedly, He saw an old man who looked like a savage appear in front of him. It was this old man's casual attack that dispersed the golden snake's power. The golden snake was also shocked by this person's sudden appearance. The other party had easily blocked his all-out attack. It was obvious that this person's strength was extremely terrifying. From this person's appearance, he could immediately tell that this person was not human. However, whether the other party was human or not, he would definitely not let him go. His golden staff was a top-grade divine weapon. Once again, the golden staff unleashed a domineering attack. Many staff shadows transformed into golden snake shadows that shot towards the heavenly hound. The origin snake's venom was extremely strong. Even a high-level divine king would not be able to last long if they were to come into contact with it. With this attack and the domineering origin snake's venom, the four brothers were able to barely squeeze into the ranks of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. The golden snake was very confident that he could destroy anyone. But the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. His energy was blocked by his opponent with one hand. Just as the origin snake venom was about to corrode his opponent opened his mouth and sucked all the origin snake venom into his mouth, and swallowed it all. How is this possible? The golden snake cried out in panic. His origin source snake venom was exceptionally tyrannical. Even a 10th-tier holy beast would collapse upon coming into contact with it. Yet the other party had actually swallowed it. While he was still in a daze, the heavenly hound snorted coldly, and actually swung the golden serpent's power back at the golden serpent. This counterattack was so fast that the golden snake didn't even have a chance to dodge before it was hit. However, he didn't die. There was already a set of golden armor on his body, blocking most of the power. However, he was still seriously injured, blood continuously spitting out from his mouth. The golden snake was already aware of his opponent's strength. He was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to stay any longer. He could only turn around and rush away. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout, "Everyone retreat!" With such a terrifying existence, the righteous snake sect didn't have the slightest chance of winning. He cursed the old snake king in his heart. Why hasn't he returned yet? If he doesn't return soon, they will all be annihilated. The righteous snake sect had the help of many snakes and pythons. They could completely resist the army of holy beasts. The only headache was the two divine beasts. However, they didn't understand why their sect master had run away first. This caused them to panic. Just as they were about to escape, a shocking voice was heard. "None of you are allowed to escape. This sect master has returned." 3 figures were seen rushing over from a direction. One of them was the old sect master of the righteous snake sect. As his voice fell, he simultaneously sent out several palm strikes. The terrifying palm prince immediately smashed several holy beasts into minced meat. His power was quite terrifying. The 2 people beside him also made their move, and wantonly slaughtered the holy beasts. These holy beasts didn't seem to pose any threat to them. Great, the old snake king has returned. The golden snake sect master couldn't help but cry out. The rest of the righteous snake sect members were also excited. This meant that their righteous snake sect would definitely be fine. "You're indeed a vile person who goes back on his word. Fortunately, I didn't believe your nonsense. You actually led the army of holy beasts to attack my righteous snake sect. You deserve to be punished." The old snake king shouted as he glared at Ling Xiao. The black demonic snake on his body instantly slithered down and transformed into the king of snake kings that was nearly 1,000 meters long. Its first target was the wastrel and the 13th prince. It was the leader of all snakes. It could be said that these snakes and pythons were its people. Since they were being massacred, the king of snake kings would naturally take revenge for them. Although the black demonic snake was being suppressed by the 2 divine beasts, its strength was stronger than them. Thus, the suppression it received was extremely small. Moreover, it was the leader of all snakes and one of the ancient ferocious beasts. Naturally, it couldn't lower its head so easily. Circles of strange energy rippled from its pair of snake eyes. It was as if any living creature would feel dizzy as the circles of energy revolved around it. The wastrel was the first to feel dizzy and weak. The 13th prince, on the other hand, was fine. His strength wasn't too far off from the black demonic snakes. He roared at the sky and with a shake of his dragon body, he shot toward the black demonic snake. The black demonic snake instantly spat out balls of black fog. Everywhere it went turned black. Many holy beasts were immediately corroded by its snake venom. The 13th prince spat out a terrifying golden ray, dispersing the snake venom. He fully displayed his dragon might, and bit the black demonic snake with his dragon head. The black demonic snake naturally wasn't afraid of the 13th prince. It pounced forward and bit the 13th prince. You actually brought only 2 divine beasts here. How dare you? Today I'm going to slaughter even the divine beasts. The old Snake King shouted and attacked the wastrel. His powerful strength locked onto the wastrel. A black palm print slapped toward the wastrel. This black palm print looked like the sky was descending. Its power was majestic and terrifying. Such a simple palm print was enough to destroy an area of tens of thousands of miles. Fortunately, the battle between them was taking place high up in the sky. Otherwise, the Snake Ridge would have been destroyed by the old Snake King himself. No matter how fast the wastrel was, he was just at the intermediate level of level 10. Compared to the half-incipient god realm, his realm was too low. He couldn't dodge such a terrifying palm print. Zai. Ling Xiao screamed angrily. He wanted to save the wastrel, but he realized that he couldn't do anything. He couldn't make it in time. Fortunately, the heavenly hound appeared by the wastrel in time. It lifted its eyes and punched the black palm print. Boom. Boom. The heavenly hound's punch not only smashed the palm print, but the remaining energy also attacked the old Snake King. What? The old Snake King's face changed. Both of his palms started to tear. A space crack appeared in front of him, diverting the energy from the heavenly hound. It was the formidable defense and attack power of the experts at the incipient god realm. They could open the space crack at any time to defend or attack. Currently, the god kings couldn't do this. They could open the space crack, but they couldn't use it in the battle. They couldn't use it as easily as the heavenly hound did. The old Snake King was just at the half-incipient god realm. The space crack he could open was considered small. If it were the real incipient god realm experts, they could directly open the space crack and create a chaotic space attack that could destroy an area of more than 100,000 square meters. At that level of competition, they would usually rush out of the 9 heavens. Otherwise, the heaven territory couldn't stand the wanton destruction of the incipient god realm experts. The old Snake King blocked the attack in fright. He looked at the heavenly hound and shouted, "What are you after all?" The heavenly hound didn't answer the old Snake King. Its figure changed. It appeared in front of the old Snake King within the blink of an eye and punched him. This punch had affected the space energy in this area. The terrifying chaotic space energy rolled toward the old Snake King unceasingly. The old Snake King was frightened. He didn't dare to resist the attack. He directly flew out of the sky and screamed, "Old leopard, old wolf, help me." The 2 old men he had brought back also recognized that the old Snake King was in trouble. They immediately bounced up and dashed towards the old Snake King's direction. Their auras weren't less than the old Snake King's. Surprisingly, they were all at the half-incipient god realm. No wonder why he had said that he had the competence to challenge the Dragon Gate. Although it was a little exaggerated, these 2 strong reinforcements could intimidate many people. 3 against 1. An earth-shaking battle had taken place in the sky. Ordinary god kings didn't know the situation of that battle because they couldn't break through the space barrier of the 9th sky to watch. The old Snake King knew that the man in front of him was at least a level 10 holy beast in human form. To reach that level, it required the power of the bloodline. No doubt, it was as hard as climbing the sky for the ordinary holy beasts to reach that level. Only the bloodline of the divine beasts or the ancient beasts could do that. His old eyes sparkled with a strange light. He could vaguely see that the man in front of him was a dog-type holy beast. "It's the heavenly hound tribe," screamed the old Snake King in fright. "If you can see it, you should be obedient and die." Heavenly Hound finally opened his mouth. His voice was old, but it was full of energy. As soon as he finished, he punched at the old Snake King one more time. The old Snake King was blown several thousand meters away. He even vomited blood. Fortunately, he was wearing the black snake scale armor. Otherwise, this punch would have smashed him. The 2 old men chasing after him knew how dangerous Heavenly Hound was. They didn't think much and immediately used all of their powers. Their bodies started to transform. Their clothes were torn. One of them had the head of a leopard, while the other had the head of a wolf. Their upper bodies were covered in long fur. The old Snake King also took the opportunity to transform into a naga. His aura was unusually ferocious and powerful. They were the leopard tribe and the werewolf tribe. They were friends with the old Snake King, so they came to help. Chapter 1254. The three half-incipient god realm beasts of the Beastman clan had reached the incipient god realm after they had changed their appearances. They were more than 10 times stronger than they used to be. The heavenly hound seemed to have seen through the faces of the three beast men. There was no fear on its face. It raised its head to the sky and howled. Awoo! It sounded like the howl of a wolf king, but it also sounded like a scream filled with fighting spirit. Immediately after, it transformed into its original form, which looked like a wolf and a dog at the same time. Its colorful fur was particularly dazzling, and among them, red was the most prominent. Its figure was no different from a wolf beast, but its head was like a fox, and its eyes were filled with arrogance and ferocity. Its fangs were deeply exposed, and it was especially ferocious and frightening. It was a level 10 super beast. It was a legendary level 11 holy beast. It was impossible to reach this level without an ancient bloodline. There were thousands of spirit beasts, but not many holy beasts could become holy beasts. Level 10 super beasts were even rarer. However, every time one of them appeared, its power was terrifying. Its intelligence was no less than that of a human. This heavenly hound was at the peak of low level 11. It was much stronger than the three half-incipient god realm beastmen. The heavenly hound fought against the three beastmen alone. Beyond the 9 heavens, all the space in the void was stirred up by them. If they were to fight in the heavenly region, it would probably cause the world to change color, and everything would be destroyed. Of course, if they dared to do that, the other incipient god realm beasts would immediately appear and kill them. This was the rule of the heaven area. No incipient god realm beasts or holy beasts above level 10 could fight here. Above the 9 skies of the Snake Ridge, the holy beasts and the Snake Righteous sect were still fighting. The battle between the 13th prince and the black demonic snake was the fiercest. The two massive bodies kept tumbling and colliding, causing the space around them to collapse and kill many snakes, pythons, and other holy beasts. As a member of the True Dragon clan, the 13th prince had a powerful ability to increase his fighting power. When he fought with his full strength, he was not weaker than the black demonic snake at the peak of level 10. In fact, he was even stronger. However, the black pattern demon snake's origin snake venom was too terrifying. It could even corrode the 13th prince's dragon scales. The venom had almost entered the 13th prince's body. The 13th prince had no choice but to spit out the origin dragon pearl. The origin dragon ball was the most powerful origin energy of the True Dragon clan. The power it exuded was simply terrifying to the extreme. Streaks of golden energy continuously bombarded the black pattern demonic snake. In the end, the black pattern demonic snake couldn't take it anymore. Even its snake origin venom was destroyed, and its body was blasted into a bloody mess. It was in so much pain that it couldn't stop hissing and howling. How could the 13th prince let go of this opportunity? He bit the black pattern demonic snake's throat and shook it with all his might. He bit off the snake's neck, causing a large amount of blood to splatter out. Ling Xiao couldn't stay idle while the 13th prince was fighting the black demonic pattern snake. The heavenly hound, the old Snake King, and the others had gone to the 9th heaven to fight, but the golden snake and the blue-ringed snake were still here. The blue-ringed snake had chosen the 8-armed divine ape and the 4-eyed devil eagle from the very beginning. After all, these two were the most powerful sacred beasts. As long as they were killed, the pressure on their side would be much less. Unfortunately, even though he was the Sunjin of Goguryeo, it wasn't easy for him to take down 2 10th-tier sacred beasts at once. After all, sacred beasts that had reached this level weren't any weaker than human peak divine kings. Moreover, they all had divine abilities to attack. For example, the 8-armed divine ape's divine power was rather terrifying, while the 4-eyed devil eagle's eagle eyes carried a strange energy that could confuse the minds of humans. They really caused a lot of trouble for the blue-ringed snake. If he didn't have the origin snake venom, which prevented the two sacred beasts from getting close to him, he probably wouldn't be a match for them. As for the snake righteous sect's divine king, the holy emperor, and the other sacred beasts, they were fighting non-stop. Although the number of sacred beasts in the snake righteous sect was inferior, their strength was much stronger. They were able to kill many snake pythons and the people of the snake righteous sect. However, there were a few high-level divine kings on the side of snake loyalty sect. They were the 8 great golden snakes and the few great silver snakes that were ranked at the top. It was precisely because of their presence that they managed to kill many holy beasts. Otherwise, their snake loyalty sect would have completely annihilated the holy beast army. As for Ling Zhao's side, the situation had become much more serious. He had originally thought that with an existence like the Heavenly Hound, taking down the snake righteous sect would be a piece of cake. However, he didn't expect that the old Snake King would actually bring reinforcements. Moreover, they restrained the Heavenly Hound and prevented it from taking charge. The most hateful thing was that the old dog loved to pretend. It didn't help him kill the golden snake, and only heavily injured it. This time the golden snake didn't die. After consuming the elixir, its strength recovered by 70 to 80%. It attacked Ling Zhao again. Ling Zhao also took advantage of the time to digest the elixir's power, and recovered a lot of divine power. In addition, he also drank the ghost god spring. This kind of god spring was very effective on the divine soul. It helped his divine soul to recover to its peak state. However, the golden snake was the Sun Jin of Goguryeo, who was much stronger than the 7-step snake. If he wanted to deal with him alone, he would definitely die. After all, the sect master, the golden snake, was wearing a top-notch defensive armor and possessed a top-notch divine artifact scepter. Facing the golden snake's attack, even if Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger and his real body unleashed their full strength, they still wouldn't be able to contend against him. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. The prodigal accompanied him and fought to the end. It was also because of this that Ling Zhao didn't get killed by the golden snake in an instant. Although the prodigal had the strength of the 10th stage, don't forget that he was a divine beast. His combat strength might not be as abnormal as the 13th prince's, but he possessed a terrifying high-grade origin flame that could ignore any origin snake venom. Even a divine king would die if touched by that flame. On the other hand, the golden snake was of the metal element, and it happened to be most afraid of this kind of high-level origin flame. His snake venom was useless against it, so the only thing he could do was to use the most brutal force to slaughter it. Unfortunately, there was another troublesome kid on the other side. He couldn't wait to get rid of him first. However, it had dragged until now and he hadn't killed anyone. This made him very angry. If things were to continue to drag on like this, it would only bring harm to their snake loyalty sect. Therefore, he had no choice but to reveal all of his trump cards. If I don't get rid of all of you today, my name as the Sun Jin of Goguryeo will be in vain. The golden snake roared angrily and sent Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger flying with his golden staff. The prodigal's single horn attack arrived in an instant. Its power wasn't any weaker than the attack of an ordinary 10th stage divine beast. Moreover, the raging flames were very threatening. A shield appeared in the golden snake's hand and blocked the prodigal's attack. He was like a golden god that had descended to the mortal world. His aura instantly increased by a few times, and the golden staff in his hand continuously emitted a dazzling light. Golden snake dazzles the world. The golden staff in the golden snake's hand suddenly emitted a light like the rising sun. Rays of golden light continuously shot out from the snake head on the top of the staff. The power of the golden light was very terrifying. Each ray contained the full power of the Sun Jin of Goguryeo's attack. Furthermore, the power was enhanced by the golden staff. Streaks of golden light turned into golden serpents that shot out in all directions. Every single one of them was 10,000 meters long. Wherever they went, the space would collapse, and spatial cracks would appear. The power of each ray of golden light was enough to kill any peak divine king. This was the golden snake's most powerful attack. He had made up his mind to kill Ling Zhao and the prodigal. Most of the power of this attack was directed towards Ling Zhao and the prodigal. The speed and power of the attack made it impossible for them to escape. It was an omnidirectional attack. Facing this terrifying attack, Ling Xiao's legs turned to jelly. He knew that even if his defense was comparable to a peak mid-grade divine weapon, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. Moreover, his unparalleled body technique wouldn't be able to dodge it either. Zizai, come back! Ling Xiao shouted at the prodigal. The prodigal was slightly more powerful than him, and his body was definitely abnormal. However, he didn't think that he could block this attack. Therefore, he had to put it away before he could use his trump card to block this attack. The prodigal absolutely obeyed Ling Xiao's words. He immediately received Ling Xiao's will and disappeared on the spot. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's godly soul merged with his real body. It was also at this moment that all the golden python's attacks rushed towards him one after another. Boom boom boom. Above Ling Xiao's position, balls of golden light began to explode. This part of the world was shaken to the point where it seemed as if it had been trampled. The holy beasts and pythons that were closest to Ling Xiao were all killed or severely injured. They screamed in pain. After using such a powerful attack, the golden snake couldn't help but pant. The divine power in his body was really exhausted. He sneered and said, "Damn little bastard, you're dead now." However, when he was about to take an elixir to recover, he saw a huge sacred cauldron floating and rotating in the direction where Ling Xiao was attacked. Waves of pale flames flickered nonstop. The sacred cauldron seemed to disappear in a flash. There was only a figure left, and that figure was undoubtedly Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao used the obsidian cauldron to block this fatal attack, the golden snake's attack was too powerful. The obsidian cauldron was pushed back. He couldn't withstand it at all and kept swallowing blood. However, he managed to survive. No matter how powerful the golden snake was, it couldn't shatter the obsidian cauldron. Could this be an ancient divine cauldron? It actually blocked my all-out attack. The golden snake was shocked. One should know that the golden staff in his hand was a top-grade divine weapon. It was only one step away from becoming an ancient divine weapon. A look of greed flashed across the golden snake's eyes. He raised the golden staff and charged towards Ling Xiao again. Although he wasn't a pill refiner, he was already greedy for the obsidian cauldron. Chapter 1255. Even though the golden snake had used up most of his divine power, it wasn't difficult for him to recover after taking the elixir. Ling Xiao wasn't in a good state either. Although the ancient sovereign divine technique had healed his injuries, his divine power wasn't enough. He had used the elixir and the heavenly spring, but it wasn't enough to recover instantly. Moreover, the difference between him and the golden snake, the Sunjin of Goguryeo, was too great. The golden snake was fighting 2 against 1, but he still couldn't tell which direction was which. In the end, Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar couldn't take it anymore, and had no choice but to merge with his real body. Die, you little bastard. The golden snake seized this opportunity, and smashed his golden staff down on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao used all his strength to block with the golden dragon spear, but it didn't have any effect. His whole body flew thousands of meters away like a cannonball. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and the golden dragon spear flew out of his hand. At the same time, his hands were bent strangely and trembling nonstop. Blood seeped out from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been dead on the spot. Only Ling Xiao, who had a freakish physique, could barely survive this attack. However, his internal organs were all shattered, and his arms were directly broken. Damn, the Sunjin of Goguryeo is really a small fry. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He hurriedly circulated his divine power to heal his injuries. At the same time, he used the innate Yin Wind bead to cleanse the snake venom entangling his body. Ling Xiao now understood that with his current strength, he could barely deal with the low-ranked Sunjin of Goguryeo. However, he couldn't deal with an existence like the Golden Snake, who was ranked in the 800s. The gap between their levels was still too big. If he could reach the mid-level God King realm, and his divine soul power increased, then he would be qualified to challenge the Golden Snake. Ling Xiao retreated as he healed himself. If he didn't escape now, he would die here. He cursed himself for being overconfident. If he had known earlier, he would have brought Mo Inyo with him. This Sunjin of Goguryeo of the profound sky region was at least as strong as the Golden Snake. It was just that he was currently heavily injured, so his speed couldn't be that fast even if he wanted to. The golden snake quickly caught up with him and shouted, "How dare you kill two of my brothers? It's not enough even if I kill you 10,000 times. I will capture you and throw you into the snake cave to feed the snakes." "Is that so?" "It's just that. I'm afraid you don't have this ability." Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile with difficulty. When the golden snake was about to capture Ling Xiao's reinforcements finally arrived. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar came from the other side of the sky. The golden snake was caught off guard and was sent flying far away by the impact. His eardrums burst and blood flowed out. It was the 13th prince who had killed the Black Mark snake. At this moment, the 13th prince had used all of his power. The dragon scales on his body sparkled with dazzling light. In his mouth was a dragon pearl that contained the power to destroy the entire world. The 13th prince came from the other side with extreme speed. His dragon head pounced on the golden snake, biting him. The golden snake's head was still buzzing, but he could still feel the terrifying true dragon divine beast that was about to pounce on him. He immediately endured the pain and dodged to the side. However, even though he could dodge the first attack, he couldn't dodge the second one. The 13th prince swung his dragon tail and hit the golden snake's body. Although the golden snake was wearing the best defensive armor, it couldn't withstand the 13th prince's ferocious swipe. The armor cracked and many internal organs in his body started to rupture. The 13th prince had used the power of the dragon pearl, so he had surpassed any peak level 10 holy beast. He was close to the human half-incipient god realm. Previously, he had told Ling Xiao that he was confident that he could defeat the old Snake King. Now it seemed to be true. Ling Xiao even thought that the 13th prince might be able to challenge a low-level incipient god realm expert. The golden snake was severely wounded and he was scared out of his wits. He could feel the intimidation of this true dragon divine beast. He was the Sunjin of Goguryeo, but he didn't even have the courage to challenge it. He turned around and ran away directly. However, how could the 13th prince let him go? The dragon's competitive nature had been triggered. They wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. While the 13th prince was chasing after the golden snake, Ling Xiao immediately took the divine pellets and the ghost god spring to recover his power. At the same time, he summoned the prodigal to help the 8-armed ape and the 4-eyed demon eagle. They couldn't resist the blue ring snake anymore. Of course, the prodigal might not be able to kill the blue ring snake, but it could buy them some time. He just needed to rest for a while. As soon as he finished digesting the power of the divine pellets and the ghost god spring, he would recover. Then the blue ring snake would die. However, it wasn't easy for Ling Xiao to calm down and recover. Many snakes and pythons were pouncing on him. Ling Xiao struggled to drag his body and dodge. At the same time, he emitted thick flames that burned his surroundings. He was puzzled. Why hasn't that heavenly dog returned after so long? Could it be that it couldn't defeat those 3 old fellows? He was watching the few high-level god kings from the righteous snake sect display their power. The army of holy beasts was getting smaller and smaller. If this continued, he would still be the loser. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao couldn't wait to absorb the power of the divine pellets and the god spring. He also urged the ancient emperor's divine technique to the extreme. His recovery speed was so fast that it was astounding. His internal organs were constantly recovering, his hands were also starting to return to their original state, and his aura was also constantly rising. Roar! Ling Xiao's aura reached its peak. He discovered that his power seemed to have increased by a few notches. He was just a little bit away from the low-level perfection stage. He roared excitedly. He knew that the continuous battles had caused him to continuously exhaust and recover his power. This caused his divine power, which had been stagnant, to increase a little. Although it was only a little, it made him feel that he wasn't too far away from the mid-level God King realm. His divine soul clone appeared again. The divine Bodhi bow appeared in his hand. He instantly knocked an arrow and shot it. His movements were done in one breath. Swish! The divine arrow flew towards the blue ring snake that was being held back by the prodigal boy and the other 2 holy beasts. The strength of the indigo coral serpent couldn't compare to the 7-step serpent, and it couldn't compare to the green bamboo leaf. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had used his divine soul avatar to attack. The power of this arrow wasn't inferior to an ordinary peak god king. Under such a sneak attack, the blue ring snake couldn't detect it instantly like the golden snake in counterattack. When he sensed that the divine arrow had reached him, he was already unable to dodge. After all, he had consumed a lot of his divine power. No. The blue ring snake looked at the divine arrow and let out an unwilling roar. Boom. The divine arrow directly blew up the blue ring snake's head. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to continue paying attention to this dead person. He then shouted to the prodigal boy, "Prodigal boy, hurry up and take the two of them to eliminate the others." Now that things had come to this, Ling Xiao was prepared to uproot the snake loyalty sect. He swore that he would not be a man if he did not do so. Ling Xiao knocked his bow again and shot an arrow. This time, his target was another rather powerful golden snake. Only by killing off these god kings who had reached the high level and above could this battle be completely won. The divine Bodhi bow was an ancient divine artifact. Its power was something even the Sun Jin of Goguryeo couldn't withstand. Furthermore, Ling Xiao used his divine soul clone to attack. Below the Sun Jin of Goguryeo, who could withstand it? Another golden snake was killed by Ling Xiao's arrow. A bloody mist burst out in the sky. Ling Xiao shot 2 more times and another 2 god kings fell. Ling Xiao swallowed another pill, but he didn't use the divine bow to kill his enemies. Because the divine arrow was limited, he only had 3 left. He had to save it for a crucial moment. Moreover, with his current strength he could kill all the other god kings here. He took unparalleled steps and appeared near a god king of the Snake E sect. Before the other party's attack could arrive, his divine soul power had already attacked first. The god king's movements became sluggish and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Before he could finish screaming, Ling Xiao's ice and fire swords had already cut off the god king's head and sucked the god king's soul into his sea of consciousness to be stored as fertilizer. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this method of killing. He believed that after this battle, his divine soul power would increase by quite a lot. What he didn't understand was why the Sun Jin of Goguryeo didn't show up when he killed the blue-ringed snake. His confusion only lasted for a moment. He didn't really care about the title of the Sun Jin of Goguryeo. By then, the 13th prince had finally come to a conclusion. The golden snake, the master of the Snake E sect, couldn't escape death. He had wanted to use a secret skill to escape the 13th prince's pursuit. However, the 13th prince was determined to kill him. The 13th prince spat the dragon ball in the 13th prince's direction, and the golden snake was immediately blown to bits. Although the 13th prince had killed the black demonic snake and the golden snake, he had consumed a lot of his origin power. His combat strength had also begun to decline. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had begun to stabilize the situation. He only needed to intimidate the others. Someone from the Snake E sect had seen the death of the golden snake and the blue-ringed snake. He exclaimed, "The master and the blue-ringed snake king are both dead. We need to run." As soon as he said that, everyone from the Snake E sect who was still alive panicked. The old snake king, whom they had been hoping for, didn't come back, and the god kings who could control the situation seemed to have disappeared. When they saw the 2 terrifying divine beasts still killing their snakes and pythons in such a majestic manner, they knew that they had passed away. When one of them started to run, the second, the third, the people from the Snake E sect began to disperse. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to lead the remaining holy beast army in pursuit. The snakes and pythons were no longer a threat. They fled in all directions. Ling Xiao didn't chase too far before he called all the holy beasts to stop. He had to absorb the remnant souls left. He couldn't let the fertilizer go to waste. More than half of the Snake E sect's god kings had died in this battle. There were many souls left behind. Chapter 1256. Half a day later, Ling Xiao finished plundering all the remnant souls here. He did not have the time to refine them for the time being, so he continued to press forward with the rest of the Holy Beast army. Now more than half of the Holy Beast army had been lost, and there were only about 3,000 of them left. Fortunately, the Snake E sect had paid an even greater price. Countless of their snakes and pythons had died, and more than half of their people had died. More importantly, the 4 great snake kings had all fallen. It could be said that the Snake E sect's reliance was no longer in existence. With the help of the ancient Emperor Divine technique, Ling Xiao's body had more or less recovered. In terms of divine power, he had the support of the divine pellet, so there was nothing to be afraid of. As for his divine soul, there was no need to talk about it. He had not refined what he had absorbed just now, but he had already recovered to his peak state. At this time, Ling Xiao said to the prodigal, "Zizai, how is your uncle Heavenly Dog?" Ever since the Heavenly Dog and the old Snake King disappeared, they had not returned. Ling Xiao could not help but be worried. He was afraid that those old fellows would return, and he would be dead. The prodigal replied, "Boss, don't worry, Uncle Heavenly Dog has already left." Ling Xiao panicked. "What? It? Why did it leave? If the Heavenly Dog left, wouldn't the three old fellows return?" The prodigal replied, "That's right, it has already helped us solve the problem, so it doesn't want to stay. Just now it informed me and returned. It even told me to go to its place to play when I have time." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and said, "You mean it has already killed those three old fellows? And it even left by itself?" The prodigal nodded and said, "That's right, how could the three of them be a match for Uncle Heavenly Dog? They were all eaten by Uncle Heavenly Dog." This time, Ling Xiao was relieved. He really did not expect this heavenly hound to be so arrogant. It came quietly and left quietly without saying a word to him. However, when he thought that it had nothing to do with him, he could not be bothered to argue with it. In short, as long as those three old fellows were dead, everything would be easy. Ling Xiao had already digested the soul of the green bamboo leaf, so he knew the terrain of the snake loyalty sect like the back of his hand. He led the army of holy beasts and soon arrived at the territory of the snake loyalty sect. There was no spatial formation here because they felt that with so many snakes here, no ordinary person would dare to provoke them. Therefore, their sect was located in the hinterland of Snake Ridge. All the snake loyalty sect disciples who had yet to reach the God King stage were here. Clearly, they knew that the battle outside had ended, and that many of their snake loyalty sect's sect master and elders had fallen. If he didn't run away, the other party would directly kill his way into the sect. Therefore, when Ling Xiao arrived at the snake loyalty sect, he discovered that many of the weaker disciples were fleeing in panic. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about them. He had already found out that the righteous snake sect was not some righteous sect. On the contrary, they were notorious in the Sky Dragon domain. None of their disciples were good people. Ling Xiao allowed the holy beasts to slaughter them. He was too lazy to stop them. His main reason for exterminating the snake loyalty sect was to save Mad Monk. He did not dare to confirm whether Mad Monk was still alive or not. There were two forbidden areas in the snake loyalty sect. One of them was the mountain where the old Snake King resided. Aside from the Golden Snake and a few others, no one else was allowed to go there. The other forbidden area was the Snake Cave. It was the foundation of the snake loyalty sect. It was also the place where the snake loyalty sect practiced the cruelest torture. This place was called the Snake Cave. Naturally, it was a place where snakes existed. Usually, once someone or a traitor of the snake righteous sect was captured alive, they would be thrown into the Snake Cave to be fed to the snakes. No matter who it was, once they were bitten to death by thousands of snakes, they would go crazy and die. The people of the snake loyalty sect were already scared out of their wits. They only cared about running away. No one cared about the Snake Cave. No, actually no one dared to care about the Snake Cave. It was filled with venomous snakes. No one dared to go near it. There was no need for anyone to guard it. Ling Xiao brought the prodigal and the 13th prince to the sky above the Snake Cave. The Snake Cave was like a volcanic crater. It was erected in a rather conspicuous place in the snake loyalty sect. It was easy to see. There were all kinds of venomous snakes around the Snake Cave. They were sticking out their tongues, wrapping the area in layers. The huge cave constantly emitted a fishy smell. It made people feel extremely disgusted. When the venomous snakes saw Ling Xiao, the prodigal, and the 13th prince approaching, they dared to attack. The prodigal spat out streams of fire at the poisonous snakes, burning them until not even their dregs remained. Flames were what the venomous snakes feared the most. Moreover, the prodigal had the most terrifying origin fire seed on him. It was something they could not endure. After a large number of venomous snakes were burned to death, many of them had already started to flee. The snakes around the snake cave were quickly cleaned up. However, Ling Xiao still did not dare to enter the snake cave immediately. That was because the snake cave was the most terrifying place. According to the memories of the green bamboo leaf, Ling Xiao understood that in addition to the many origin venomous snakes, there was also a snake king. It was an existence comparable to the black demonic snake. It mainly contained a snake gall that was tens of thousands of years old. It was said that this snake gallbladder was obtained by the first sect master of the righteous snake sect from a crack in the void. It was an ancient snake gallbladder, which could produce a lot of origin snake saliva. It had a great attraction to many kinds of snakes and could be cultivated quickly. Moreover, this snake saliva was the greatest tonic for the people of the righteous snake sect. It could make their bodies much stronger than ordinary people. It could also make them feel close to snakes. At the same time, it also had a very powerful healing effect. Besides that, this snake gall had an effect that defied the natural order. As for this effect, the green bamboo leaf only knew a little bit. In her memory, the old snake king had consumed 1/3 of the snake gall to enter the half-incipient god realm. From this point of view, this snake gall was extraordinarily precious. When Ling Xiao asked the old snake king for this snake gall, it was also because of this reason. This snake gall was at the lowest level of the snake cave. The queen snake king had nurtured it. It was also soaked in the holy spring to maintain its vitality and continuously produce snake saliva. Before this, the 13th prince had recovered a lot. He believed that suppressing the queen snake king wouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao gestured to the prodigal. The prodigal then spat out balls of flames at the entrance of the snake cave. Ling Xiao did this to force out all the snakes inside, especially the queen snake king. It was probably comparable to the black pattern snake, so he had to be careful. As expected, when the flames rushed into the snake cave, a number of snake pythons that had reached the 9th order and above rushed out of the cave. The prodigal and the 13th prince moved at the same time and killed all the snake pythons. Ling Xiao of course didn't stay idle. These snake pythons that hadn't reached rank 10 weren't much of a threat to him. He killed them with one slash. When the first batch of snake pythons was killed, Ling Xiao continued to ask the prodigal to increase the firepower to force the queen snake out. However, more than 10 rank 10 snake pythons came out. Among them, there was a plum blossom snake that had reached the intermediate rank 10 realm. If an ordinary godly king were to face more than 10 rank 10 snake pythons, they would have no choice but to run. After all, the snake poison they spat out at the same time was extremely corrosive. Even the divine light defense couldn't withstand it. After a round of killing, these snake pythons followed in the footsteps of the previous snakes and were all killed. Up until now, Ling Xiao still hadn't seen the queen snake come out. He couldn't help but feel strange. He asked the 13th prince, 13, are there any more snakes inside? He knew that the connection between spirit beasts was much more useful than his divine will. The 13th prince replied, yes, but they're all small things. There's nothing to be afraid of. That's impossible. There should be another snake king inside. Could it be that it's hiding and doesn't dare to come out? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. No, I can feel that there's no more powerful existence inside. The 13th prince said with certainty. That's right, boss. I can't feel any other scary snakes either, the prodigal added. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before saying, all right, let's go in together then. With that, he brought the prodigal and the 13th prince into the snake cave. There wasn't a single snake at the entrance of the snake cave. The prodigal's origin fire had already burned them all. When they descended a few hundred meters, they were attacked by some small snakes. However, they weren't afraid of them at all. They were all disposed of by them. The snake cave was very deep. From the entrance to the bottom of the cave, it was nearly 10,000 meters deep. Waves of stench kept coming out. When they reached the bottom of the cave, Ling Xiao realized that there were many human limbs and bones here. He couldn't help but worry that the mad monk had really died here. Boss, there's a huge snake over there, the prodigal exclaimed. Ling Xiao was shocked and quickly looked in the direction he was pointing. Indeed, there was a snake coiled up in a corner. A diamond-shaped snake head was lying on the ground. It seemed to have lost its vitality and didn't have any luster. However, the snake's body was still intact, as if it had just died not long ago. Could this be the Snake King? Ling Xiao wondered. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk towards the snake's body, the 13th prince shouted in shock, "Boss, there's something inside this D***Ned fellow." Ling Xiao was shocked. He tightened his grip on the ice and fire sword. At the same time, he activated his divine telekinesis to the maximum and tried to sense the snake's body. Indeed, he discovered that there seemed to be a hidden life aura in the snake's abdomen. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and slashed at the snake's body. He was afraid that it was a hidden expert from the snake loyalty sect. It wouldn't be surprising for him to stay here and cultivate. Hence he had to strike first. However, just as Ling Xiao's sword was about to land, the snake's body exploded. Chapter 1257. Who would have thought that there would be someone inside the dead snake's body? If not for the 13th prince's vigilance, Ling Xiao would have been deceived by the other party. However, when Ling Xiao made his move, the other party seemed to have sensed it and immediately attacked from inside. Rumble! A powerful force instantly smashed the snake's body, and the snake's scales also flew up one by one. Ling Xiao was forced back by this powerful force. The 13th prince and the prodigal instantly flanked the other party and attacked at the same time. At this time, Ling Xiao clearly saw the person who suddenly appeared and immediately shouted, "ZZ 13th, stop!" When the two of them heard Ling Xiao's order, they abruptly stopped their terrifying attacks. The person who rushed out was taken aback and looked directly at Ling Xiao. His nervous expression instantly turned into a smile as he said, "Haha, how come it's you? Could it be that you were also caught by the righteous snake sect and thrown here? Wasn't this smiling man Eurofei's adoptive father, Mad Monk?" Ling Xiao didn't expect Mad Monk to be completely fine. He immediately heaved a heavy sigh of relief and said, "Father-in-law, I came to save you. I thought you. It seems that we were the ones who were worried. You're also fine." Apart from his clothes being slightly damaged, Mad Monk's mental state was very good. It didn't seem like he had been injured at all. This made Ling Xiao very curious. After all, he knew from Zhuaiking's memories that Mad Monk was already on the verge of death when they threw him into the 100 Snakes cave. Moreover, his spatial ring had also been taken away. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was very surprised that he was still alive after falling into the 100 Snakes cave without anything to rely on. Mad Monk landed next to Ling Xiao and his smile faded as he said seriously, "How did you know that I was captured by the righteous snake sect? And how is Fair? Don't let her take the risk to come here." Mad Monk was well aware of the strength of the righteous snake sect. If he wanted to go against such a powerful force with his own strength, it would undoubtedly be like striking a rock with an egg. Ling Xiao smiled, "Father-in-law, don't worry. Ro Fei is fine now, and the Snake E sect has already been exterminated by me. Otherwise, how could I come here to find you?" "What? You actually destroyed the Snake E sect? Could it be that you asked the people of the Blazing Flame Business Alliance to help?" the Mad Monk exclaimed. Naturally, he did not think that Ling Xiao had the ability to deal with the Snake Righteous sect alone. When he first met Ling Xiao, he knew that Ling Xiao was an elder of the Blazing Flame Merchants, which was why he made such a guess. Ling Xiao shook his head, and then he gave the Mad Monk a simple explanation of the sequence of events. Mad Monk's heart could not calm down for a long time. From Ling Xiao's words, he knew that Ling Xiao was actually a member of the Dragon Gate. Moreover, he was a descendant of the legendary Kim people. Although Ling Xiao had described it lightly, Mad Monk could still feel that Ling Xiao's position in that overlord faction was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao have reached the peak of low-level God King from a high-level Holy Emperor in a few short years? Similarly, it would have been impossible for him to lead the elders of his faction to exterminate the Snake E sect. Although in the end, Ling Xiao had gathered an army of holy beasts, Mad Monk could still feel that Ling Xiao's ability was truly heaven-defying. Such an outstanding young man, no matter which faction it was, would definitely focus on grooming him. The evil emperor has really taken in a good disciple. Mad Monk patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and exclaimed, "Hee, but am I not a good son-in-law to you?" Ling Xiao laughed. Being able to successfully rescue Mad Monk, he could finally answer to Eurofei. Naturally, he was in a good mood. "Haha kid, you're right." The Mad Monk laughed boldly. Following that, Ling Xiao asked the question in his heart. Father-in-law, how did you stay in the snake's stomach? And nothing happened to you at all? It's a long story. Mad Monk laughed and told Ling Xiao about the dangers that had happened to him. It turned out that after Ling Xiao was handed over to the Snake E sect by Tianlong, he was tormented by the people of the Snake E sect to the point that he was no longer human. Unexpectedly, he was thrown into the snake cave. It was also because of this that he was able to keep his life in the snake cave. Perhaps this was inconceivable. After all, the snake cave was the most terrifying place of execution in the snake righteous sect. Anyone who was thrown here by them would be bitten to death by 10,000 snakes. That kind of pain was definitely not something that an ordinary person could understand. And the taste of death was definitely the most terrifying. At first, Mad Monk had also been bitten by those poisonous snakes. Fortunately, he cultivated the power of the light attribute, and possessed an aura that these poisonous snakes hated. As a result, he was not immediately bitten to death by those poisonous snakes, and it was even more impossible for those high-level snakes to eat him. After all, a single human was not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They were all left for those little poisonous snakes to eat. Mad Monk rolled down to the bottom of the snake cave, and when he saw the Snake King, he almost despaired. However, because of this, he was able to escape from death's door. The Snake King looked down on Mad Monk and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. It allowed the little snakes to ravage Mad Monk and continued to sleep. As for Mad Monk, he was tortured to the point of going crazy. He saw the snake gallbladder that was emitting waves of light under the Snake King's body, and he pounced over and swallowed it. This time the Snake King went crazy. This snake gallbladder was its treasure, and it was also the treasure of its snake descendants. How could it let this person swallow it? In a fit of anger, it swallowed Mad Monk into its stomach. For a Snake King like it, the venom in its body was extremely tyrannical. Anyone who fell into its stomach, even if it was a divine king, would not have a chance to survive. However, Mad Monk was lucky. After he swallowed the snake gallbladder, not only did it allow him to block the corrosion of the snake venom, it also allowed his injuries and strength to recover extremely quickly. At the same time, it made him fall into a state of madness. This was because the power contained in the snake gallbladder was so terrifying that it almost caused him to explode. This kind of power did not refer to pure divine power, but a kind of transformation of his body, as well as healing and recovery. Even a divine king like him could not withstand the excess energy. However, the snake venom helped him greatly once again. After the Snake King felt the pain, a large amount of snake venom surged in, wanting to get rid of Mad Monk as soon as possible. It was precisely in this desperate situation where he was being attacked from both the inside and the outside that the Mad Monk was able to unleash his excess power. As for the Serpent Queen, when the excess power was unleashed by the Mad Monk, the Serpent Queen was killed. At the peak of the 10th tier, it was not easy for a divine beast like the Snake King to die, but Mad Monk could do it after absorbing the snake gallbladder. However, Mad Monk did not know about this. He did not know when he had fainted, nor did he know about the changes that had happened to his body. When he woke up recently, he learned that he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, which also gave him the qualifications to aspire to become a supremacy in the future. In the boundless world, there would be people who had heaven-defying opportunities everywhere, and they would also become famous throughout their lives. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was born lucky, that's all. Father-in-law, you are just like the saying, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Ling Xiao said with emotion. As he stood next to Mad Monk, he could faintly sense Mad Monk's surging vitality and the terrifying power it contained. The Mad Monk also laughed and said, I originally wanted to refine that power here, and casually understand my own abilities before killing my way out of seclusion. Since you're here, then let's go out first. Otherwise I'll make Fair worry. Ling Xiao nodded and left the snake cave with Mad Monk. As for the Snake King, Ling Xiao kept it into an interspatial ring, and at the same time he gave it to Mad Monk. Mad Monk's interspatial ring had already been taken by Tianlong. Once the Snake Loyalty sect dealt with Mad Monk, Tianlong would be able to use the things inside the interspatial ring. However, Tianlong had never expected that not only did Mad Monk not die, He would even personally kill him in the future, and take back everything he had lost. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Mad Monk when he captured him. After coming out of the snake cave, Ling Xiao and Mad Monk did not immediately leave. Instead, they searched the snake loyalty sect. After all, the people here had long been killed by the divine beasts, and the rest had run away. No one had the time to take care of some of the precious things stored in the halls of the various peaks. This could also be considered as some of Ling Xiao's spoils of war. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion as he looked at the army of divine beasts. If it were not for them, he would not have been able to take down the snake loyalty sect. If the people of Dragon Gate had charged in, they would have suffered heavy losses. If he had to sacrifice more people just to save one person, he would rather not save this person. Although it was the divine beasts that had died, Ling Xiao still felt terrible. After all, these divine beasts were not his private army. It was truly a bit against the harmony of the heavens. Of course, this was just a momentary lament from Ling Xiao. After all, this was a dog-eat-dog world. It was either you die or I die. He had already gotten over it a long time ago. Ling Xiao asked the 13th prince to dismiss the divine beasts and let them return to the ancient mountain range. Then he brought Mad Monk with him to the place where the other Dragon Gate members were stationed. However, just as they were about to leave the Snake Ridge, Mad Monk called out to Ling Xiao, "Xiao, don't be anxious." As he said that, he gave Ling Xiao a look. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He began to spread his divine sense, but he was unable to detect any strange movements. Just as Ling Xiao was about to let down his guard, Mad Monk, who was beside him, suddenly moved. He shouted, "Get out here." He pushed his hands up, and balls of dazzling light bloomed, shooting out in all directions. All of a sudden, a few people dressed in white suddenly charged towards them from several directions to kill them. These people in white had actually used some kind of secret technique to conceal all their life auras. Even a god king like Ling Xiao, the prodigal, and the 13th prince could not sense them. When they attacked, they did not cause any movement. It was as if they had completely turned into the air of this world. These 8 sword shadows were all aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. They had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Chapter 1258. Ling Xiao didn't expect to be in such a good mood after destroying Snake Loyalty Sect and rescuing Mad Monk. He didn't notice that someone would sneak up on him, and he didn't notice it at all. By the time Mad Monk exposed them, it was already too late. 8 divine swords stabbed at him from different directions. It was enough to turn Ling Xiao into a beehive. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body was freakishly strong. Those divine swords were only mid-level and not high-level. They couldn't completely break through Ling Xiao's physical defense. However, the power of the 8 swords stabbing at him was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao was severely injured, and his internal organs were severely impacted. Damn it! Mad Monk roared angrily and attacked the 2 people closest to him. He sent out 2 palm strikes at the 2 mid-level godly kings at the same time. Bang bang! Mad Monk was already a mid-level high-level godly king, and his strength wasn't something ordinary high-level godly kings could compare to. He instantly sent the 2 godly kings flying. The other godly kings were shocked. Their swords changed direction and slashed at Ling Xiao's head. These people were extremely ruthless. They would only be satisfied after Ling Xiao's life. However, they didn't manage to take down Ling Xiao just now and gave Ling Xiao a chance. How could they kill Ling Xiao now? Although Ling Xiao was seriously injured, he used his many years of fighting experience. He used the 1,000-ton fall, and his whole body fell down at a rapid speed. At this moment, the prodigal and the 13th prince reacted. "How dare you hurt my boss? You must be tired of living." The prodigal roared and punched at one of the godly kings. That godly king immediately used his sword to block and counterattack. However, the prodigal's punch was extremely terrifying. It directly broke the godly king's divine sword and landed heavily on that godly king's chest. Bang! That godly king couldn't take it anymore. His chest exploded. On the other side, the 13th prince also killed a god king with a single punch. It was as easy as playing. 6 of the 8 god kings were immediately gone, and the other 2 were shocked. They immediately used a secret technique again, and vanished from the world. However, since Mad Monk could discover them, he could naturally sense the direction in which they were fleeing. He rushed over again and blasted 2 punches in 2 different directions. Then 2 screams rang out, and 2 figures fell heavily from the sky. How weak, Mad Monk said disdainfully. He could sense that out of these 8 god kings, 3 of them were mid-level god kings, while 5 of them were only low-level god kings. With such strength he was indeed qualified to assassinate Ling Xiao, but don't forget that he was still by Ling Xiao's side. However, it was indeed very dangerous just now. The other party's invisibility secret technique was really terrifying. He could actually approach and assassinate without making a sound. This was definitely the most mysterious assassination technique. Just as Mad Monk relaxed, he became alert again. Then he instantly slammed his palm in another direction. At the same time he shouted, "Shower, be careful." Mad Monk's palm missed. An extremely fast shadow had already swept above Ling Xiao. A sword descended from the sky like the Milky Way, rushing towards Ling Xiao. This force was extremely majestic and terrifying. It compressed the surrounding space to the point where it collapsed. This was definitely a high-level god king's full strength. It wasn't something that the 8 godly kings could compare to. Moreover, this sword landed on Ling Xiao's head. It was a completely fatal blow. There were no flaws to speak of. This thunderous blow came too suddenly. Mad Monk, the Prodigal, and the 13th Prince were all too far away to help. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be killed by this blow, Ling Xiao's divine soul rushed out and blocked this blow. Wah! The sword attack was too fast. The divine soul clone couldn't even circulate its energy in time, and was directly injured by the other party. However, because of this, Ling Xiao managed to gain some breathing space for himself. His body once again descended rapidly. At this moment, Mad Monk, the Prodigal, and the 13th Prince were already attacking with all their strength. Go to hell. The furious monk used the phaseless divine technique. His figure disappeared without a trace, and he instantly appeared in front of that person. His fists were like a violent storm, mercilessly bombarding that person. The Prodigal and the 13th Prince couldn't care less about the arrogance of a divine beast. They also attacked that person with all their strength. That person didn't succeed in his first attack. It was too late for him to continue attacking. He wanted to escape immediately. However, facing the combined attack of a high-level divine king and 2 divine beasts, he didn't even have a chance to escape. He was immediately smashed into meat paste by these punches. Boom boom boom. The defensive armor he was wearing couldn't hold up at all. It immediately cracked, and his body exploded into a bloody mist. Mad Monk didn't stop. He immediately rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already lying on a mountainous area. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He looked abnormally ferocious and terrifying. "Shower, are you alright?" Mad Monk exclaimed. Ling Xiao used his divine soul to block a fatal blow just now. His head was saved, but his divine soul was seriously injured by the other party. Fortunately, his divine soul was different from that of ordinary people. It was an existence of flesh and blood. Otherwise, his divine soul would have been destroyed and he would have lost his life here. Now he was still breathing. His divine soul was on the verge of collapse. His mind was in a mess and he was unconscious. Just when Mad Monk thought that Ling Xiao was about to die, a group of people rushed over from a direction. Mad Monk looked back and found that these people were abnormally powerful. Some of them were even more powerful than him. He was worried that they would also come to find trouble with Ling Xiao. "Foster father, is that you?" A voice came from the group of people. Mad Monk noticed the woman. It was his foster daughter, Yuro Fei. He immediately exclaimed, "Fei, it's me. Come over quickly." Ling Xiao he. "What's wrong with my husband?" Yuro Fei and Yun Mingqi's expressions changed as they exclaimed. The expressions of the people around them changed one by one, especially Lai Yuru and Zhou Zhijing. Their faces turned extremely pale. The group of people landed beside Mad Monk as fast as they could. Seeing Ling Xiao bleeding from his 7 orifices, their hearts sank to the bottom. Uncle Xiao should be fine. He has our clan's ancient emperor divine art." Ling Gang said calmly. If Ling Xiao really died, he would probably receive the most severe punishment when he returned to the clan. One had to know that Ling Xiao was the future hope of the Kim people. He was also one of the pillars of the Kim people's future. The clan had already given him a death order. No matter what, he must protect Ling Xiao. Quick, feed him a divine pill. He should be fine. Xing Yi said hurriedly. Only then did everyone wake up. Yin Mingqi hurriedly fed a pill to Ling Xiao. However, even though Ling Xiao had taken the pill, his aura didn't recover at all. It was as if his last breath was going to be cut off at any time. Feeling this state, the women couldn't help but cry bitterly. They couldn't accept that Ling Xiao was going to die just like that. If that was the case, they would feel that the sky was going to be ruined. The other people who came with Ling Xiao were also grieving. They had all witnessed how monstrous Ling Xiao was. They absolutely didn't want such a legendary existence who could become a supreme in the future to die. They were all helpless because they knew that Ling Xiao could only hurt his head, which meant that his knowledge might have been damaged. They didn't have any divine pills or divine herbs that could heal the soul at all. After an unknown amount of time, the little green tree in Ling Xiao's knowledge finally began to flicker. It passed a trace of life force to the soul in his knowledge allowing his soul to gradually regain some consciousness. If Ling Xiao's soul was an illusory existence like an ordinary person's, it would be impossible for him to receive Lu Wang's energy. Fortunately, he had formed a flesh and soul, allowing him to absorb this energy and recover his consciousness. After Ling Xiao's soul regained some consciousness, he immediately operated the soul-controlling art to heal his soul injury. It was just that this time his injury was really too heavy. Most of his soul power was almost destroyed. If he didn't have a little bit of it to save his life, he wouldn't be alive right now. Ling Xiao felt much better now that he was able to recover a little of his divine sense. He wanted to refine the divine souls that he had absorbed before to restore his divine soul. But he felt a little bit of coldness attacking him, so he had no choice but to immediately wake up from his coma. Xiaoyu, you're awake. How do you feel? As soon as Ling Xiao woke up, Yin Mingqi immediately felt it and quickly cried out in joy. Only then did Ling Xiao clearly see that the cold feeling was from Yin Mingqi's tears dripping on his face. Following his cry of surprise, several familiar faces appeared. They were Eurofei, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing. Their eyes were red and swollen, and they looked very haggard. They were in a very bad state. But when they saw Ling Xiao wake up, they all had excited smiles on their faces. Tears flowed down their cheeks once again. Husband, are you all right? You scared me to death. If you're not here, I don't want to live either. Eurofei held Ling Xiao's hand and said emotionally. In order to save Mad Monk, Ling Xiao was assassinated. Of course, she didn't know that the assassins weren't from the Snake Righteous sect. Although Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing didn't say anything from their expressions, Ling Xiao knew that his injuries affected many people's hearts. He forced a smile and said, I've made you all worry. I'm fine, I'll be fine soon. After pausing for a moment, he asked again, Where is this? Is his father-in-law all right? He was now in a house, and he knew that he shouldn't be in the Snake Ridge anymore. Eurofei said, Godfather is fine, we are now in Summer Rock City. Soon after, Ling Xiao found out that he had been unconscious for nearly a month. Fortunately, he was still breathing, otherwise they would have thought that he was dead. Ling Xiao asked them to go out and tell the others that he was fine. At the same time, he had to immediately recover from the injuries of his soul. But in his heart he was puzzled. Who was the person who attacked him? Chapter 1259. This was the first time that Ling Xiao's divine soul had suffered such a serious injury. Back in the Ghost Divine Pond, he had not been injured by the spiritual beasts that could use soul power to attack him. But this time, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to use his divine soul to block the fatal blow. At that time, he had also wanted to buy some time for Mad Monk, the Prodigal, and the 13th Prince. It was also because of this that he had a chance to save his life. As long as he was alive, he could recover again. Ling Xiao drank the Ghost Divine Spring and recovered his divine soul and physical body. Then he absorbed and refined the remnant souls that he had stored. Injuries to one's divine soul were different from injuries to one's physical body. Although the soul-controlling art had the healing ability, and the Ghost Divine Spring also had the magical effect of recovery, He had suffered too serious an injury this time. The little bit of soul power he had left was not even at the heavenly venerable level. Therefore, it took Ling Xiao almost a month to fully recover. After refining the remnant souls, his divine soul improved to the middle stage of the advanced level. If not for the fact that he had suffered such a serious injury this time, the souls he had absorbed would have been enough for his divine soul to reach the late stage of the advanced level. It was a pity. However, what Ling Xiao could not understand the most was who the people who had tried to assassinate him were. They had actually cultivated a kind of stabilizing secret skill that even he could not sense. This was indeed more terrifying than the people from Sha Tian's organization back in the central region. Even a high-level god king might not necessarily be able to withstand their kind of assassination. Thinking of the sudden fatal blow from the other party, Ling Xiao felt a little uneasy. He hated the feeling of being watched by hidden enemies. He would not feel good if he did not know who the hidden enemies were. If his divine soul had not been so seriously injured, he would have absorbed the remnant soul of the dead divine king. Then he would have known who these people were. At the same time, he would have known when he had gotten into trouble again. He felt that he had already kept a low profile after coming to the heaven region. If anyone else had heard his words, they would probably have killed themselves with a piece of tofu. He had caused such a huge commotion, and he had even led an army of thousands of divine beasts to destroy a major force. If this matter were to spread out, it would probably cause a stir in the heaven region. Moreover, he had personally destroyed the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryu's verification. If this was considered low-key, then it was simply making others want to die. This was a symbol of one's status, a proof of one's strength, a halo of glory, a title that any god king would desire to obtain. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was actually so worthless. Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, and everyone was happy. They had been worried sick for a while. Ling Xiao immediately looked for Ling Gang and asked, "Ling Gang, do you know who tried to assassinate me?" Although Ling Gang was of the same generation as Ling Xiao's nephew, he was many times older than Ling Xiao. He was also much more knowledgeable about the matters of the heaven domain than Ling Xiao. Ling Gang replied, "According to the way you were assassinated, it should be done by the shadow assassination group that had just risen in the past 100 years. They said that as long as they could afford the divine crystals, they would dare to kill anyone. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to actually dare to cause trouble for Uncle Xiao. When I return, I will immediately gather my men and find them and kill them all." Ling Gang revealed a vicious look, and he looked rather angry. If something happened to Ling Xiao while he was by his side, he would definitely be punished by the elders in the clan when he returned. Shadow assassination group? Ling Xiao frowned and muttered. Since there was nothing else to do for the time being, Ling Xiao sent his men back to their posts. He was not in a hurry to return to the Dragon Gate. He had already stayed in the gate for quite a while, and it was rare for him to come out. He would bring Meng Qi around the Sky Dragon region. In addition, he also wanted to see the two mistresses that he had not seen for a few years, and see if his master had come out. Other than the women, Ling Xiao left behind Ling Gang, Mo Nyo Kongwen Kongwu, Chang Haoyo, Xinyu Yi Shatian, and Mad Monk. Of course, the prodigal and the 13th prince were definitely inseparable. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to let Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing return to the Blazing Flame merchants, so that Yin Mingqi would not be unhappy. However, who knew that in such a short period of time, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already gotten Yin Mingqi and Euro Fei mixed up, and even called them sisters. Moreover, they had come all the way to tell him about the news of Mad Monk, and it would not be right for him to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Therefore, he allowed the two of them to follow him. Anyway, he was too lazy to care about this relationship, and let everything take its course. The group's goal was to rush to Cloud Mound City, but along the way, Ling Xiao deliberately slowed down the process, and took a good look at the local customs of the various cities in the Sky Dragon domain. Most of the time he would bring the women to stroll around the city, enjoying this rare leisure time. He could not help but feel a little like he was back in the Xianling continent. If only his women were by his side, how happy would he be? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but become excited. He decided that after this trip, he would immediately go into seclusion to reach the mid-level godly king realm as soon as possible. and then apply to the clan to return to the Xianling continent. First, it was to complete the mission given by the clan, and second, it was to bring all his relatives to the Heaven Domain and share the superior cultivation environment here, so that they could live together forever in the future. In addition, he hoped that the people from the Shadow Assassination Group would reappear. By then, as long as he killed them and refined their souls, everything he wanted would be clear. However, since that sneak attack failed, the people from the Shadow Assassination Group never appeared again. After running around like this for more than half a year, Ling Xiao finally brought his group to Cloud Mound City. Ling Xiao could not wait to bring the group to Xu Ziqian's residence. However, when they arrived at Xu Ziqian's residence, they found that there was no one there, and at the same time, she also saw that the house was mostly destroyed, as if it had been through a fight. Ling Xiao's brows instantly furrowed, and then he roared, "Damn you Yungang sect!" Back then, he had asked the people of Yungang sect to look after his two mistresses. Looking at the situation now, something must have happened, and naturally, anger rose in his heart. If anything happened to the two mistresses, he would definitely massacre the Yungang sect. "Xiao, don't be anxious, maybe the two mistresses have already moved away." Eurofei comforted him from the side. "Ask the people of Yungang sect about this matter," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Then Ling Xiao rushed to Yungang sect with a group of people angrily. The people guarding the mountain gate could not stop Ling Xiao and the others at all, and could only watch these terrifying godly kings rush into the important place of their sect. "Yunming Tian, come out." Ling Xiaofei flew above the Cloudy Ridge sect and casually waved his hand. A golden fist smashed into a mountain, turning it into dust. Boom! Shocked roars and explosions reverberated within the Cloud Ridge sect. One by one, figures rushed out of the church. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our sect?" A low-level godly king shouted at Ling Xiao and the others. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a tightness in his chest, and a powerful aura sent him flying to the ground. The people of Yungang sect were scared out of their wits. They knew that the person was one of the few godly king elders in their sect, and yet he was able to suppress him with just a wave of aura. One could imagine how terrifying this kind of strength was. The people of Yungang sect were all suffocated by the other party's aura. The godly kings and demigod kings of Yungang sect finally rushed out from every corner, as if they were facing a great enemy. As the leader of Yungang sect, Yunming Tian finally recognized Ling Xiao, and quickly led a group of people over. "Young Master Ling Xiao, you're finally here." Yunming Tian went up to greet him. When Ling Xiao saw Yunming Tian, he immediately asked, "Yunming Tian, I'm asking you where my two mistresses went. Didn't I ask you to find someone to protect them? Why was he nowhere to be seen? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll annihilate your Yungang sect." Ling Xiao's domineering tone made the people of Yungang sect very unhappy. After all, not everyone present had seen Ling Xiao before. However, someone who could make their leader humble himself like this must have a powerful background. However, when their gazes landed on Ling Gang, each and every one of their expressions turned ugly. They had already recognized Ling Gang's identity, a top-notch powerhouse from Sunjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Just based on Ling Gang's strength alone, it was enough to slaughter the entire Yungang sect cleanly. Moreover, Ling Gang had another identity. He was a member of Dragon Gate. When they thought about this, they knew that this young man in front of them was also a member of Dragon Gate. When Yunming Tian heard Ling Xiao's question, his body trembled for a moment, and he said, "Young Master Ling, didn't you receive the message I had someone pass to you? What is it? Hurry up and say it clearly." Ling Xiao really didn't understand what Yunming Tian meant by those words. Yunming Tian didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately explained the situation. It turned out that Xu Ziqian's whereabouts had somehow been found out by the Xu family. Half a month ago, the Xu family sent experts to take Xu Ziqian away. And at the same time, Feng Qingyuan was also taken away. The people of Yungang sect naturally wouldn't allow it. Although the Xu family's power was above their Yungang sect, they were ordered by the people of Dragon Gate to protect them here. Unexpectedly, the Xu family did not give face to the Yungang sect, and even killed two of their divine king elders on the spot. Yunming Tian didn't dare to immediately fall out with them, so he could only immediately send people to Dragon Gate to look for Ling Xiao. However, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually come to their Yungang sect a step ahead of him. The Shu family really has guts. They actually don't even put our Dragon Gate in their eyes. Ling Gang coldly snorted and shouted. People of their level cared about face the most. If someone didn't give them face, then they were enemies. It was no wonder that Ling Gang was so angry. Then you mean to say that they've already been brought back to the Shu family? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Ling Xiao really couldn't blame Yin Mingtian for such a thing. Chapter 1260. I don't think so. They went to the chaotic burial space. Yin Mingtian continued. Miss Shu is threatening her family with her own life. She wants them to go to the chaotic grave space first, then she'll follow them back. She's deliberately stalling for time, hoping that young Master Ling Xiao will help them. It's been half a month. They're already near the chaotic burial space, Ling Xiao murmured. He turned to Yin Mingtian and said, I've wronged you this time. Take these God King pills as compensation for what you've done. Ling Xiao then threw a bottle of Divine King pills to Yin Mingtian. There were a total of 10 God King pills in this bottle. To a force like the Cloudy Ridge sect, it was definitely a divine item that they could only wish for. Yin Mingtian excitedly received the Divine King pills. Thank you, young Master Ling. Thank you, young Master Ling. He knew that working for the Dragon Gate would definitely be beneficial, but he didn't expect this young master to be so generous. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to rush to the chaotic burial space, Yin Mingtian reminded, Young Master Ling, there are people from the Sword Cleansing Manor among the Shu family. You guys should be careful. Sword Cleansing Manor? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed fiercely. Then he disappeared from the Yungang sect's territory. Chaotic burial space, one of the 8 great forbidden grounds of the heaven region. It was a place filled with spatial turbulence. From afar, it looked like a bottomless black hole that constantly spun. It was filled with a power that made people feel fear, insignificance, and fear. There were at least 8,000 divine kings who entered the chaotic burial space, but the number of people who came out alive could be counted on one's fingers. The divine kings who managed to come out had undoubtedly obtained astonishing fortuitous encounters, and most of them had even stepped into the honorable stage. Everyone knew that aside from the terrifying death rate, there were also unknown divine items in the forbidden grounds. There were many peak divine kings, including many Senjin of Goguryeo, who had no choice but to enter the forbidden grounds in order to become supremes. Currently, there was a group of people stationed not far from this forbidden zone for humans. There were actually no less than 30 God Kings among them. There was even a peak God King and 3 high-level God Kings among them. Such a force would be extremely powerful no matter where it was placed. They didn't look like they were going to enter the chaotic burial space. Instead, they had something to do and were just staying here temporarily. There were a total of 50 to 60 people, and most of them were wearing alchemist robes. It was not difficult to tell that they were from some alchemy sect or family. There were also a dozen or so people who walked alone. They all carried long swords on their backs and looked like swordsmen. In this world where everyone carried a space ring, no one would carry one on their back unless they were the kind of people who had great respect for their weapons. However, the people in front of him were all wearing the same attire. Moreover, there was a sword symbol printed on their martial robes. In the Sky Dragon domain, apart from the people of the Sword Cleansing Manor, no one else would dress like this. As for those dressed in alchemy robes, they were one of the biggest subsidiary forces under the Sword Cleansing Manor, the Shu family. The Shu family was a traditional alchemy family. They were rather famous in the Sky Dragon domain, and were much stronger than a major force like the Righteous Snake sect. Moreover, after they attached themselves to the Sword Cleansing Manor, they became even more famous. Ordinary forces would not provoke them. And the reason why these people were here was to bring their family's young miss, Xu Ziqian, back. They had been looking for Xu Ziqian all these years. They didn't expect her to be hiding in Cloud Mound City. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't disguise herself to stroll around Cloud Mound City with Feng Qingyuan, and was seen by a deacon who was working there, no one would know that she was living in seclusion here. It was also because of that accident that the people of the Shu family received the news and immediately rushed over to bring her back. Xu Ziqian and the rest wanted to resist, but it was already impossible. Their family had sent quite a number of people, and there were even people from the sword-cleansing manor. They were determined to capture her back. Feng Qingyuan was just a fish in the moat. Xu Ziqian was naturally unwilling to go back. She had waited in Cloud Mound City for many years just to wait for the evil emperor to appear again. How could she give up halfway? Moreover, she knew that after she was brought back, she would be married to the young master of the sword-cleansing manor. This was something she didn't want to face the most. But the situation was pressing, she had no choice but to go back. Therefore, she could only use the tactic of delaying, find an excuse to come to this chaotic burial space to pay her respects to an old friend, and then return with her family. Now they had already been here for half a month. Adding the time it took to rush here from Cloud Mound City, it was only a month's time. It was simply not enough for the people of the Cloud Mound sect to bring news to Ling Xiao of the Dragon Gate. And today, her family and the people from the sword cleansing manor also began to urge them to return. Little Qian, we must go. A high-level God King stepped forward and said to Xu Ziqian. This high-level God King was a guardian elder of the Xu family. He was Xu Ziqian's uncle, Xu Pengcheng. Uncle Pengcheng, I beg you, can you give me a little more time? Xu Ziqian pleaded to Xu Pengcheng. Her current strength had already been sealed by the joint efforts of the few great God Kings. And the aunt who was with her couldn't come forward to save her. Sigh, little Qian, I know what you're thinking, but you have to understand, for families like us, who can control our own marriage. Moreover, young sect master has already named for you to marry him, so we can't go against this matter. Xu Pengcheng sighed lightly as he said. Xu Ziqian frowned and revealed a distressed expression. Then I can go back, but you must release my friend. She has nothing to do with this matter. You should talk to the young master about this matter. Xu Pengcheng frowned and said. Xu Ziqian was furious, then she angrily ran towards a tent. Just as she approached the tent, she heard Feng Qingyuan scream. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me tell you, my disciple is a member of the Dragon Gate. Don't come over, you bastard. Xu Ziqian wanted to barge in, but she was stopped by the people of the sword-washing manor. All of you scram. If anything happens to my sister, I'll commit suicide in front of you. Xu Ziqian choked on her tears as she shouted. She had never thought that she would harm Feng Qingyuan because of her own matters. If that was the case, how would she have the face to meet the evil emperor again? Her words were indeed effective, and a lazy voice came out from inside. Let her in. The people guarding the tent immediately opened up a path for Xu Ziqian. Xu Ziqian hesitated for a moment, but still barged in. Just as she entered, she saw that Feng Qingyuan's clothes were somewhat disheveled, his face was covered in tears, and he was sitting on the ground. Needless to say, he must have been bullied just now. How can you be like this? You're truly despicable and shameless. Xu Ziqian ran to Feng Qingyuan's side and scolded the man who was lying on the soft couch drinking wine. The man looked to be in his 30s, and his beautiful hair hung down in a somewhat slovenly manner. His eyes that were filled with arrogance and greed made people feel disgusted. Even though this person looked lustful, his strength was not ordinary. He was actually already at the middle stage of the Divine King. He was the young master of the sword-washing manor, named Zhuang Jiansheng, and was over 3,000 years old. Zhuang Jiansheng was famous for being a good woman, and there were at least 80 women in his harem. It was just that most of the women were abandoned after he got tired of playing with them. The reason why he was able to become the young master with his personality was mainly because he was the eldest son of the current manor lord, and the tradition of the sword-washing manor was to pass it on to the elder, and not the younger. It was also because of this that Zhuang Jiansheng was able to take over the position of manor lord in the future. Otherwise, with his personality, it would be impossible for him to have the qualifications to sit in that position. Look at what you're nervous about. You're going to marry me, and she's going to be my maid. Zhuang Jiansheng drank a mouthful of wine, and said with a faint smile. His eyes were unrestrainedly admiring the two beautiful women, and his heart was blooming with joy. He never thought that he would be able to buy one and get one free on this trip. He couldn't help but be happy. The women he had taken in the manor were all pretty good, but compared to the two women in front of him, there was still a gap. Therefore, no matter what, he had to get them back. Qingyuan, let's go. Xu Ziqian glared at Zhuang Jiansheng, pulled Feng Qingyuan and walked out. However, before they could take a few steps, Zhuang Jiansheng's aura was released, suppressing them. Did I let you go? Come back. Zhuang Jiansheng laughed. He grabbed with one hand, and a strong suction force appeared, pulling Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan into his embrace. What are you doing? Let me go. Xu Ziqian exclaimed. On the other side, Feng Qingyuan scolded again. Bastard, let go of me or else. When my disciple comes, he will make you die a horrible death. Zhuang Jiansheng seemed to be getting more and more excited the more he was scolded. He licked Feng Qingyuan's earlobe and said, Even you are not my match, so what if your disciple is here? If she is beautiful, I will take care of her as well. In the future, all of you can just stay by my side. You bastard, you will die a horrible death. Feng Qingyuan's tears flowed down as she cursed. She felt extremely wronged in her heart. If she were to really suffer today, how would she have the face to see the evil emperor again? But now she didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. Xu Ziqian cried out from the side. Uncle Cheng, Aunt, quickly come and save us. Quickly come and save us. Unfortunately, no matter how much she shouted, her voice only echoed within the tent. Because ever since she stepped into this place, Zhuang Jiansheng had already quickly set up a restriction, isolating all the sources of sound. A long time ago, he had already sent people to the Xu family to propose marriage to Xu Ziqian. However, he didn't expect that something would happen, and she would actually run away with another man. After more than 100 years, he had finally found someone again. He couldn't wait to get rid of her first. Chapter 1261. How could he, the young master of the sword cleansing manor, marry a woman who had been slept with by someone else? Therefore, before he went back to get married, he might as well play with her first and get rid of her when he got back. The Xu family would not dare to do anything to him. One had to admit that Zhuang Jiansheng was really a daring person. He also tore apart Xu Ziqian's clothes, revealing her tender and smooth shoulders, causing his index finger to move. Let go of me, bastard, get lost. It was Xu Ziqian's turn to struggle again. However, her cultivation base was sealed, so how could she break free? Zhuang Jiansheng was an expert at playing with women. He didn't pounce on them like an ordinary lustful man. He suppressed his impulse and pressed the two women onto his soft couch. Then he picked up the wine glass beside him and poured it on the two women. The two women kept screaming and struggling, revealing many parts of their bodies. The wine slowly flowed from their necks to their fragrant breasts, which was filled with a strange charm. Fragrant wine drenched the beauties. The spring was overflowing. Haha, scream as much as you want. Zhuang Jiansheng said with an extremely lewd smile. Then, he was ready to force himself on the two women. However, at this moment, there was an intense quarrel coming from outside. Who are you? Our Xu family and the sword cleansing manor are here on business. Unrelated people, get lost. A few demigod kings who were on sentry duty shouted when they saw a group of people rushing over from afar. However, the group of people did not slow down when they heard them. Instead, they rushed over even faster. That powerful aura scared them so much that they quickly let go. It was also at this moment that they saw a divine beast Qilin among the group of people rushing over. They thought they were seeing things. Ooh, who is that? It looks like a divine beast Qilin. I saw it too. I don't think I've heard of anyone who has a Qilin mount in this area. Could it be some people from some hidden force? Why are they here? I think the man sitting on the golden lion is one of the legendary Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Lingang. The few demigod kings on sentry duty were all stunned on the spot. They kept talking about something and completely forgot about their duties. Ling Xiao and the others landed in the sky above the Xu clan and the sword cleansing manor. The god kings of the Xu clan and sword cleansing manor immediately soared into the air as they looked at Ling Xiao and the others warily. At this time, the prodigal had already returned to his human form. Otherwise, he would be very uncomfortable with those humans staring at him like that. Who are you? Can't you recognize that we are from the Xu clan and the sword cleansing manor? Xu Pengcheng asked arrogantly. Ling Xiao did not want to listen to what these people had to say, and immediately shouted. Quickly release Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan. The moment Ling Xiao arrived, his spiritual will had already scanned the area. He actually did not discover Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan, and was extremely worried. He couldn't help but wonder, could they have entered the chaotic burial space? This place was very close to the chaotic burial space. If his two mistresses didn't want to be captured, they would have to barge into the chaotic burial space. Xu Pingcheng frowned and replied, "There's no one you're looking for here. If you know what's good for you, scram." Although he could sense that Ling Xiao and the others were not weak, they were even stronger. Naturally, they would not give Ling Xiao and the others any face. What big words. Big Dog Zhang, look at who we are. Don't think that the Shu clan and the sword cleansing manner are amazing. Ling Gang shouted in a domineering manner. The name of the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo had long spread to every corner of the Sky Dragon territory. Anyone with a bit of strength would have seen the records of the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo, and there would even be pictures of him. With Ling Gang's shout, the people from the Shu clan and the sword cleansing manor immediately noticed Ling Gang. Immediately after, their expressions changed. It was obvious that they recognized Ling Gang. Just as Xu Pengcheng was about to step forward and say something to Ling Gang, the Peak Divine King from the sword cleansing manor called Zhuang Nan immediately said to Ling Gang with a smile that was like a spring breeze, "So it's brother Ling Gang from the Dragon Gate. I wonder what business you have here." Ling Gang also recognized Zhuang Nan. The other party was also a Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He was ranked in the top 600, and was one of the 70 or so Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo from the sword cleansing manor. "Didn't you hear my uncle Ling Zhao's words?" Ling Gang said coldly. Even if the other party was also a Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo like him, Ling Gang's strength was stronger than his, and the power behind him was also stronger than his. No matter which aspect, Ling Gang's arrogance was a notch higher than theirs. Zhuang Nan looked at the young Ling Xiao with some astonishment. He didn't need to guess to know that this young man was definitely an outstanding genius of the new generation within the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, how could a Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo like Ling Gang be a law protector elder? "Sir, as far as I know, Xu Ziqian is the eldest miss of the Shu clan. How is she related to you?" Zhuang Nan probed. As a last resort, he definitely didn't want to offend the people from the Dragon Gate. "She is my master's wife, so naturally, she is my master's wife." "Where did you hide her? Quickly bring her out," Ling Xiao said indifferently. After a pause he said, "Don't say that you don't know, I just came from the Yungang sect." Zhuang Nan, Xu Pengcheng, and the others already knew that they couldn't hide it even if they wanted to. At this time, the aunt who had been protecting Xu Ziqian finally spoke. "Xiaoqian and Qingyuan are both in that tent. Quickly go and save them." Ling Xiao recognized this old woman at a glance. Listening to her words, it was clear that his two masters' wives were in danger. He was about to rush in the direction of the tent, but he was stopped by the people of the sword-washing manor. He shouted in a deep voice, "Get out of my way immediately." His aura instantly soared, and his voice even contained the might of a dragon's roar. It shook the eardrums of the people who were blocking him, causing them to lose control of their minds. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to rush over and hit the tent with his palm. Zhuang Nan, Xu Pengcheng, and the others wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Pa! Ling Zhao's control of his palm was perfect, and the tent was only cracked by his palm. What the hell is he doing? Is he tired of living? Just as Zhuang Jianxing was about to enjoy the bodies of the two beauties, he was shocked by the sudden alarm and started to curse loudly. Zhuang Jianxing was furious, and one of them was even more furious. Ling Xiao looked at Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan, who were only wearing underwear, and saw the tear stains on their faces, and a monstrous anger instantly erupted. "Bastard, you even dare to touch my master's woman, I'll kill you." Ling Xiao roared. He rushed towards Zhuang Jianxing, and the 9 sun-burning heaven fists smashed towards Zhuang Jianxing. Ling Zhao's killing intent was awe-inspiring, his anger overflowed to the heavens, and his fist intent was exceptionally tyrannical. Round after round of bright suns seemed to have fallen from the sky, engulfing Zhuang Jianxing. Zhuang Jianxing was shocked by this sudden attack. Although he came from a famous sect, and had barely reached the strength of a middle-stage god king, his battle prowess was truly ordinary. Facing such a terrifying attack, he slipped away without even thinking and cried out in alarm. "Uncle Nan, quickly come and save me." His cry for help was already too late. Ling Xiao's terrifying fist force mercilessly smashed onto his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Zhuang Jianxing was blasted into a bloody mess by this round of attacks. His internal organs and bones were shattered, and his entire body was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Ling Xiao did not have the time to finish him off. Instead, he quickly landed in front of Xu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan, and took out 2 sets of clothes to cover their bodies. Shower scared the 2 mistresses. Ling Xiao said guiltily. If he had come to see these 2 mistresses earlier, he would not have discovered such a thing. Fortunately, from the looks of it, they had not been taken over by that guy. Otherwise, he would not be able to absolve himself of his guilt even if he died 10,000 times. Zhuang Nan and Xu Pengcheng could not be bothered to find trouble with Ling Xiao immediately. Instead, they rushed over to Zhuang Jianxing's side. Zhuang Nan could not help but be furious when he saw Zhuang Jianxing's miserable state. However, he still endured it and fed Zhuang Jianxing elixirs and God's spring water to protect Zhuang Jianxing first. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to the Manor Lord when he returned. You guys quickly go and kill that little bastard for me." After Zhuang Jianxing consumed the elixirs and God's spring water, he barely recovered a bit of consciousness and immediately ordered Zhuang Nan and the others. His eyes were filled with killing intent. When had he, the dignified young sect master of Sword Washing Manor, suffered such a serious injury? He was truly furious in his heart. "Jianxing, you better recover quickly. They are Dragon Gate's people," Zhuang Nan said in a deep voice. "Heavens! Dragon Gate's people. So what?" Zhuang Jianxing shouted unwillingly. "Heavenly Dragon Sect people are nothing much. They just want to kill you." Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of them and coldly shouted. This time, Zhuang Nan was furious. He suddenly flew in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Your Excellency is too unreasonable. Even if you are Dragon Gate's people, you cannot bully my young sect master like this. You must give my young sect master an explanation." "Haha, what a joke. They are my master's wives. He actually dared to disrespect them. Even if he is your sect master, he must die." Ling Xiao laughed maniacally. Ling Xiao had always respected his master. He had the respect of Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian. Naturally, he would not allow others to bully them. "What a joke. Ziqian is my young Mississippi. She is young sect master's fiancée. When did she become your master's wife?" Xu Pengcheng had no choice but to stand up and reply. Although the Heavenly Dragon sect was strong, their Xu family and the Cleansing Manor sword were bound together for good or ill, so it was impossible for them to cower at this time. "I don't care whose fiancée she is. I only know that they are my master's wives. They are my master's wives. Whoever dares to insult them, I will kill them even if the Heavenly King comes. Get out of my way," Ling Xiao shouted. "Ling Gang, don't tell me you think so too? Although our sword washing manor is not as strong as your Dragon Gate, we will not let you bully us," Zhuang Nan shouted at Ling Gang. Ling Gang flew over and sneered. "My Uncle Zhao's thoughts are my thoughts. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Chapter 1262. Alright, everyone come over here." Zhuang Nan sneered a few times, then called everyone over. There were a total of 10 people in the Sword Cleansing Manor, while the Xu family had 30 people. There were a total of 50 to 60 people, and more than half of them were divine kings. It was also because of this that Zhuang Nan dared to challenge Ling Gang. After all, although the Dragon Gate's name was frightening, other than Ling Gang and the other 3 people who made him feel a little troublesome, the rest of them were all low-level divine kings, so it was not enough to make them afraid. Ling Xiao looked around at the people surrounding him and said indifferently, "Are you sure you want to protect that bastard? Impudent, if you dare to spout such arrogant words again. Don't blame us for being impolite. Quickly apologize to my young sect master, or else this matter will not end," Zhuang Nan shouted, throwing caution to the wind. "Haha, alright, since all of you are courting death, then I will fulfill your wish." Ling Xiao laughed wildly, and prepared to give the order to start killing. Who knew that Xu Ziqian would open her mouth and call out, "Ling Xiao, forget it, let's go." Xu Ziqian was worried that Ling Xiao and the rest would be at a disadvantage, so she said that. Master's wife, rest assured, that bastard will definitely die. Ling Xiao replied indifferently, then shouted, "Whoever blocks me will be killed." It was said that women were like clothes, and brothers were like hands and feet. However, Ling Xiao had always thought that women were his reverse scale, and even if they were brothers, he was not willing to give in. Hypocritically abandoning a beloved woman for a brother, on the surface, this person seemed to be righteous, but in reality, he was a person who did not care about relationships, a complete hypocrite. Besides, a teacher for a day is a father for life, and the wife of the teacher naturally saw her as her mother. Seeing his own mother being humiliated by others, no one would be able to sit still and explode in anger. Ling Xiao was a person who could not tolerate any harm to the people around him, and it could also be said that he was an extremely protective person. Today, the enemy was outnumbered, and Ling Xiao was also not afraid. The cold killing intent that he displayed made people feel suffocated. He walked towards Zhuang Jianxing step by step. That golden light carried a dense imperial might, making people submit. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. As one of the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Zhuangnan's strength had already reached the pinnacle, so how could he be scared by a low-level divine king? When he attacked, Ling Gang had already taken the initiative to attack him. "Zhuangnan, your opponent is me. Come at me together." Ling Gang jumped down from the lion's back and thrust the golden spear in his hand toward Zhuangnan's face. "Today let me see if you, Ling Gang, are really as powerful as the rumors say. The rest of you, protect the young master." Zhuangnan did not dare to be careless. The divine saber in his hand rushed towards Ling Gang. Zhuangnan left, but there were still two high-level god kings protecting Zhuang Jiansheng. Xu Pengcheng was naturally one of them. He looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and waved his hands to the sides, getting the other god kings to block Ling Xiao. And Nan and at. Nan. Ling Xiao instantly split into two. The divine soul clone wielded the golden dragon spear and smashed it towards the two high-level divine kings. Ling Xiao instantly split into two. The divine soul clone wielding the golden dragon spear smashed towards the two high-level god kings. The two god kings leapt in fright. They had never thought that their opponent's strength would erupt to such a terrifying degree in a single moment. But when they met the power of the spear, they felt a tightness in their chests, and they were sent flying. They spat out a mouthful of blood. They were all high-level divine kings. Although they had only used elixirs to increase their strength, their combat strength was not what an average mid-level divine king could deal with, let alone a low-level divine king. They were all high-level god kings. Even though they had only reached that level through the use of elixirs, their battle prowess was not something that an ordinary mid-level god king could deal with. Moreover, the person in front of them was just a low-level god king. They were all high-level divine kings. Although they had only used elixirs to increase their strength, their combat strength was not what an average mid-level divine king could deal with, let alone a low-level divine king. But they did not expect the clone that had suddenly appeared to be so powerful. The power it emitted was comparable to a peak divine king, and it made them vomit blood. The three god kings from the cleansing sword manor beside Zhuang Jianxing immediately attacked Ling Xiao. Two mid-tier god kings and one low-tier god king attacked at the same time. The might of their attacks was definitely extraordinary. They locked down the direction Zhuang Jianxing was in and bombarded it. The three of them felt that even a mid-level divine king would die. Unfortunately, by the time their attacks landed, the young man had already arrived in front of them. "I said those who block me will die," Ling Xiao said coldly. His figure split into three, and he blasted several bright suns at the three of them. The torrential fist intent filled the sky, and its power was majestic and terrifying. The three of them did not expect Ling Xiao to be fine. Instead, he attacked them so quickly. Bang! The three of them felt their chests shatter. When they were thrown out, they immediately lost consciousness. The three of them landed thousands of meters away. Their upper bodies had been completely blown up, and it was impossible for them to recover. They could only use their divine souls to rush out in a panic. Ling Xiao did not have time to care about them. Instead, he went in front of Zhuang Jiansheng. After Zhuang Jianxing consumed the elixir, his injuries recovered significantly. However, he did not have the guts to challenge Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao continuously injure the people around him, a sense of fear overwhelmed him. What? What do you want? I am the young master of the sword cleansing manor. If you dare to touch me, you will be offending the sword cleansing manor. Zhuang Jianxing panicked. At the same time, he kept retreating. Those who wanted to rush over to save Zhuang Jianxing were blocked by Ling Xiao's divine soul and the 13th prince. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. I said that even if you are the master of the sword cleansing manor, I will still kill you today. With that said, Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed Zhuang Jianxing's neck, lifting him up. Zhuang Jianxing only felt his neck tighten, and a suffocating feeling almost made him unable to breathe. Immediately after, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, and then heavily smashed onto the ground. Bang! Zhuang Jianxing was in so much pain that he started to bite. He had never suffered such a heavy punishment since he was young. Immediately kowtow to my two mistresses and admit your guilt. I can leave you with an intact corpse. Ling Xiao stepped on Zhuang Jianxing's back and shouted. Zhuang Jianxing was also a coward. He immediately cried for his parents. Spare me. Two grandmothers, spare me, Xu Ziqian said with hesitation. Ling Xiao, why don't? Let him go. It was not that she did not want to kill Zhuang Jianxing, but Zhuang Jianxing was the young master of the sword cleansing manor, and their Xu family was relying on their subsidiary forces. She was afraid that if Zhuang Jianxing died, it would implicate their Xu family. Ling Xiao knew what Xu Ziqian was worried about, but his gaze was still on Feng Qingyuan. When he was in the profound spirit continent, he had already acknowledged Feng Qingyuan as his mistress. His relationship with her was also the best, so it was still her decision. Anger flashed across Feng Qingyuan's face as she said, even if I don't kill him, I will make him pay the price. From Feng Qingyuan's eyes, it could be seen that she could not wait to devour Zhuang Jianxing's flesh. If Xu Ziqian had not spoken first, she would definitely not have let Zhuang Jianxing off. Ling Xiao could understand Feng Qingyuan's emotions, and immediately nodded. Then let him live a life worse than death. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack Zhuang Jianxing's divine soul, Zhuang Nan rushed back from another direction with his sword in hand, shouting in shock. Quickly release my young sect master. Zhuang Nan, why are you running so fast? Today, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Ling Gang chased after him and shouted. In the surroundings, the people from the sword cleansing manor and the Xu family wanted to help, but unfortunately, they were unable to break through the defenses of the 13th prince, the prodigal son and the others. Although Ling Zhao's side had few people, each and every one of them had extremely powerful battle prowess. It was impossible for the people from the sword cleansing manor and the Xu family to win with numbers. Instead, many of them were killed. Little Qianyu, quickly let them help. Could it be that you can bear to see them kill us all? Xu Pengqing cried out for help to Xu Ziqian. He and another high-level divine king from the sword cleansing manor had been blasted by Ling Zhao's divine soul to the point that they were unable to distinguish north from south. If this continued, he would probably be killed as well. Looking at the others, they were simply not a match for the people from the Dragon Gate. Many of their companions and holy beasts had been slaughtered by them. He had no choice but to seek help from Xu Ziqian, hoping that she could make the people from the Dragon Gate stop. No matter what, Xu Ziqian was a member of the Xu family. She couldn't bear to see them die one by one. She immediately begged Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I'm begging you, please make them stop first. Ling Xiao frowned, then shouted to the others, everyone stop. Actually, he didn't want to let it go just like that. According to him, he wanted to kill all of them. Anyway, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. The two groups of people split up. There were no casualties on Ling Zhao's side, but more than 10 people from the sword cleansing manor and the Xu family had died, and more than half of their holy beasts had died. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Quickly release my young sect master. Zhuang Nan looked at Ling Xiao with a livid face and shouted. Their sword cleansing manor was second only to the Dragon Gate. There was quite a gap in strength, but they were still a famous existence in the Sky Dragon domain. Their young sect master was trampled underfoot. It was simply an insult to their sword-cleansing manner. If not for my master's wife begging for mercy, all of you would have died. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His soul power attack instantly rushed into Zhuang Jianxing's divine soul in his sea of consciousness. Ah! Zhuang Jianxing only felt that his head was about to explode. He kept letting out strange cries. Everyone didn't understand what Ling Xiao did to Zhuang Jianxing. But when they heard these extremely tragic cries, they all felt their hair stand on end. Zhuang Nan's face was already extremely gloomy. Veins appeared on the hand that was holding the sword hilt. Scram! Ling Xiao raised his leg and kicked Zhuang Jianxing fiercely. Zhuang Jianxing immediately flew towards Zhuang Nan like a cannonball. Zhuang Nan caught Zhuang Jianxing and immediately fed him a medicinal pill. It was just that although Zhuang Jianxing's injuries were stabilized, he was still screaming crazily nonstop. It was as if he had suffered some kind of stimulation. What on earth did you do to my young sect master? Zhuang Nan questioned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said solemnly, nearly humiliated my two masters' wives. If he doesn't pay a price, do you think that it's possible? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Zhuang Jianxing's divine soul had already been blasted into an idiot by his soul power attack. He was also inflicted with the soul-locking curse. In the future, he could only live like a lunatic. This was indeed more satisfying than killing him to vent his anger. Chapter 1263. Zhuang Nan was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had originally thought that his side was much stronger than the other party, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. It was truly out of his expectations. He knew that there was no point in continuing to pester them. Elder Nan, why don't we retreat first? Xu Pengcheng was scared by Ling Xiao's divine soul clone just now. He was afraid that if they continued, only death would await them. Zhuang Nan had no way to vent his anger, so Xu Pengcheng became his venting bucket. It's all your Xu family's fault. If anything happens to my young sect master, just wait for our manor lord's wrath. With that, he carried Zhuang Jianxing and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao before leaving with the rest of the people from the sword-cleansing manor. The people from the Xu family wanted to follow them, but Xu Pengcheng looked at Xu Ziqian with a heavy expression and said, Little Qian, this matter. If you still care about your family, you must make a trip back. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even the patriarch will not be able to withstand the wrath of the sword manor. Immediately after, he didn't wait for Xu Ziqian to say anything, and left with the rest of the Xu family. Xu Ziqian had a sad look on her face. She knew that because of her matter, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. For a moment, her heart was in a mess, and at the same time, a resolute thought emerged from the bottom of her heart. Feng Qingyuan was obviously frightened by Zhuang Jianxing. Even with Euro Fei's constant comforting and persuading, she was unable to calm down quickly. After 2 days, her condition improved by quite a bit. Xu Ziqian seemed to be ashamed of Feng Qingyuan, as she stared blankly at the distant chaotic burial space. Her beautiful eyes rippled with indescribable complex emotions. Ling Xiao didn't know how to persuade them, so he could only let the women beside him communicate with them. At this time, Mad Monk appeared beside Ling Xiao and said, In front of us is the chaotic burial space. Can you feel the terror of that place now? I'm afraid that even a high-level God King wouldn't be able to withstand the Heavenly Might's attack at the entrance and would die. Back then, when Ling Xiao had found Mad Monk had wanted to bring Ling Xiao with him to the chaotic burial space to fight the evil emperor. But in front of the mighty Heaven's Might forbidden land, he had felt uncertain and didn't dare to enter. Ling Xiao nodded and said, And back then, Master was forced to come here by the Xu clan. It seems that he really had nowhere to go. The Mad Monk laughed, shook his head and said, I don't think that's possible. Your master has a prideful personality. Even if he's being forced by others, it's still very easy for him to find a place to hide. The reason he ran here is to find a chance to advance quickly and take revenge for being hunted down. Hearing this reminder, Ling Xiao felt that his father-in-law's words made sense. The Sky Dragon domain was vast, and it would not be easy to find a person in any mountain range. Master, you seek riches in danger. But he's still fine now. I don't know what's holding him back. Ling Xiao sighed. As one of the 8 great forbidden areas, Not everyone had the courage to enter. If it wasn't for the opportunity one got from the Snake sect, I would also like to enter the chaotic burial space to take a look. When your master comes out, I don't want to be left far behind by him. Mad Monk sighed with his hands behind his back. The 4 legendary figures of the Xianling continent were all outstanding existences. It was mainly because the cultivation environment in the Xianling continent was inferior, which hindered their speed of advancement. And each of them was a proud and brave generation. Their temperament was really not what ordinary people could compare with. It was not surprising that Mad Monk had such a thought. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had an impulse to go in. However, he suppressed his impulse. After all, he was only a step away from the middle stage God King, and the continuous battles had brought him closer and closer to that level. He only needed to accumulate a little more divine power before he could break through. At this time, he definitely did not want to take the risk of entering the chaotic burial space. Furthermore, he still had to return to the Xianling continent to bring his family to the Heaven Realm. Perhaps he would wait until his realm reached a higher level, and he had the confidence to enter the chaotic burial space. However, at this time, Yun Mingqi hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Xiao, have you seen Mistress Ziqian?" Seeing Yun Mingqi's anxious expression, Ling Xiao had a bad premonition, and immediately replied, "Father-in-law and I have been here the whole time, but we haven't seen her. Isn't she always on your side?" Yun Mingqi hurriedly said, "I clearly saw her just now, but in the blink of an eye, I didn't see her. I thought she was walking around, but I didn't see her around. What is Mistress Ziqian trying to do?" Ling Xiao said somewhat irritably, then continued, "Tell everyone to split up and search, but don't get too close to the chaotic burial space. Once you get sucked in, you won't be able to save yourself." Yun Mingqi nodded and immediately went back to tell the others to split up and search. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, but he himself headed towards the direction of the chaotic burial space. He felt that Xu Ziqian might have suffered a blow, and probably went to the chaotic burial space. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but speed up a bit, hoping that he was overthinking it. The closer he got to the chaotic burial space, the more he could feel the chaos of the energy here. No divine will could be spread out to search. The huge black hole in the sky spun from time to time, like a ferocious beast that could devour people, causing them to be terrified. Waves of chaotic auras continued to wreak havoc in all directions. Occasionally, bolts of lightning could be seen flashing by, and waves of baleful energy filled the air. The closer Ling Xiao got, the more pressure he felt. The cold wind and explosive power made him feel a little uncomfortable, and the pressure of the distorted space was enough to make it difficult for any saint to move an inch. Without reaching the strength of the Holy Emperor, it would be impossible to even think of this. After Ling Xiao advanced another few thousand meters, the pressure of the space here increased greatly, and the cold wind made him feel pain. He had no choice but to slow down. He sighed in his heart. Even if the Holy Emperor came here, he would probably have to stop. The chaotic burial space is indeed one of the forbidden areas. It was also at this time that Ling Xiao saw a figure slowly walking in the distance. Wasn't that the mistress he was looking for, Xu Ziqian? She was dressed in purple satin, and her clothes fluttered in the strong wind. She looked like a sad fairy as she stared blankly in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with sparkling and translucent tears. "Mistress Ziqian, don't act recklessly." Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. He couldn't care less and rushed towards Xu Ziqian. Xu Ziqian didn't seem to hear Ling Xiao's words, and continued to walk forward. Ling Xiao flew with all his might, shaking off the cold wind and the pressure of the space, and quickly arrived in front of Xu Ziqian. Arriving here, Ling Xiao felt that his body was a little out of control, as if he was about to be sucked into the chaotic burial space. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao stopped Xu Ziqian and said, "Mistress, what do you want to do? Quickly go back with me." Xu Ziqian looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile and said, "Ling Xiao, get out of the way. I don't want to wait any longer. I want to go in and find your master." "Mistress, don't be silly. So what if you go in? You don't even know what's going on inside. I'm afraid you won't be able to see Master even if you die in vain. Hurry up and come back with me. Master will come out one day," Ling Xiao anxiously advised. This place was too close to the entrance of the chaotic burial space. If anything unforeseen happened, they would all be sucked in, and that would be the end of them. Shu Ziqian shook her head and said, I really don't want to wait any longer. Maybe your master is trapped somewhere and is waiting for me to save him. Go back and tell Sister Qing Yuan that you will definitely bring your master back later. She was at a loss right now. Not only had she completely fallen out with her family, she had also offended the people of the sword-washing manor. Was there still a place for her in this Sky Dragon region? When she thought of her family, they would probably hate her to death a long time ago. Right now, her heart was like dead ashes. Then she might as well take the risk and enter the chaotic burial space to find her only lover. If she found him, then everyone would be happy. If she couldn't find him, then she could just accept it and not feel so sad right now. Shu Ziqian was a little agitated. She actually bypassed Ling Xiao and continued to go inside. Ling Xiao knew that it was useless to say anything now. He immediately pulled Shu Ziqian's hand and shouted, Mistress, I have offended you. Immediately after, he forcefully pulled Shu Ziqian and flew back. Shu Ziqian struggled for a moment and said, Ling Xiao, let me go. I really don't want to wait any longer. Mistress, why don't you understand? Even if you go in, you will only die. If Master comes out and you die inside, he will definitely be sad. Ling Xiao reprimanded. So what? I have been waiting for him for so many years. I only know that he is still alive, but I don't know if he will come out again. Now because of my matter, I have caused so much trouble for everyone. My family will definitely be implicated. Although you are from the Dragon Gate, but that Zhuang Jianxing is the young master of the sword-washing manor. If you hurt him, I am afraid they will not let this matter go, Shu Ziqian said. She felt that she was a jinx now. She had harmed her man, Feng Qingyuan, and her family. What are you worried about? I was the one who hurt him. If they dare to cause trouble, our Dragon Gate will only make them suffer. Ling Xiao said. After a pause he said, How about this? You and Mistress will return to the Dragon Gate with me to meditate. When Master comes out, we will definitely get the news immediately. At that time, it will be easy to find him. Indeed, after this incident, Ling Xiao really did not dare to let Shu Ziqian and Feng Qingyuan stay outside alone. If the sword-washing manor and the Shu family were not willing to let this matter go, when they were really captured again, he was afraid that he would be powerless to do anything. Shu Ziqian obviously hesitated for a moment, but then she shook her head and said, Forget it. If I continue to wait like this, I will go crazy sooner or later. I want to go in and find your master. Ling Xiao did not give up. He simply ignored Shu Ziqian and forcefully pulled her away from this dangerous area. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed something. He looked around and shouted, Who is it? Come out. Chapter 1264. As his voice fell, more than 10 figures quietly walked out in front of them. These people were like phantoms, not emitting any aura. They were all dressed in black martial attire, holding all kinds of weapons as they surrounded Ling Xiao and Shu Ziqian. Among these people, there was a pinnacle god king, 2 high-level god kings, and the rest were mid-level and low-level god kings. The leader was a peaked divine king who wore a white scarf and a shining gray armor. He waved his hand and signaled for the people beside him to attack. Master's wife, I'll hold them off. You leave immediately. They're here for me. Remember to call our people over. Ling Xiao threw Shu Ziqian in a direction as he shouted. Shu Ziqian was also a god king, so she knew how terrifying these people were. She didn't dare to hesitate. Borrowing the force of Ling Xiao's throw, she quickly flew in a direction. At the same time, she didn't forget to remind him, Ling Xiao, you must hold on. I'll bring people back right now. However, the spatial energy pressure here was too great, so Shu Ziqian couldn't escape far. She was immediately blocked by a high-level god king. The other party thought that a high-level god king like him could easily stop a peak low-level god king like Shu Ziqian. Shu Ziqian also thought that she couldn't escape, but she still gritted her teeth and attacked the high-level god king with all her might. The high-level god king looked at Shu Ziqian with disdain, a playful look in his eyes. In his eyes, the strength of this girl's attack wasn't worth mentioning. Just as he was about to raise his hand to block this blow and take down this little girl, An invisible attack instantly hit his sea of consciousness and divine soul. Ah! He felt like his sea of consciousness was ruthlessly stabbed, and he couldn't help but scream. It was also at this moment that Shu Ziqian mercilessly slit her sword across the high-rank God King's neck. Pfft! The high-level God King's head instantly flew off, and blood spurted out from his neck. Shu Ziqian didn't expect that her attack would succeed. Although she was surprised, she also knew that the situation was dire, so she immediately fled in the direction she came from. Damn it! Among those people, another high-level God King sensed that his companion had been killed inexplicably and shouted, preparing to chase after Shu Ziqian. Don't waste time, get rid of this kid immediately, or we won't have a chance when Ling Gang and the others arrive. The leader said in a deep voice. That person was unwilling, but he didn't dare to oppose the leader. At this time, they had already surrounded Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was like a slippery eel, constantly dodging and evading their attacks. For the time being, he didn't strike back. When he saw that Shu Ziqian had successfully escaped, he finally let go. Who sent you to kill me? As long as you tell me, I can spare you. After that, I of you of me of you, I can you. Hee, you'll know when you get to the netherworld. The leader sneered, then said to his men, You're all good for nothings, hurry up and get rid of him. As the leader's voice fell, a few more people appeared on their side. A total of 8 people surrounded Ling Xiao at the same time. Facing such attacks, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He sneered, and his divine soul attack instantly split into 3, attacking 3 low-level God Kings at the same time, killing them before their attacks even reached him. Ling Xiao's divine soul power had already reached the mid-level high-level God King realm, so his soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level God King's attack. How could the divine souls of those low-level God Kings withstand it? Ling Xiao's spiritual power had already reached the mid-level of a high-level Godly King. His soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level Godly King's attack. How could those low-level Godly Kings withstand it? Ling Xiao's power was already at the mid-level high-level God King realm, so his soul power attack wasn't any weaker than a high-level God King's attack. How could the divine souls of those low-level God Kings withstand it? With the attacks from 3 directions gone, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to dodge the others' attacks, took out the golden dragon spear, and immediately launched an all-out counterattack against those people. Those people were instantly sent flying by Ling Xiao, swallowing blood. Leader, this kid is really tough, no wonder you failed last time. A high-level God King beside the pinnacle God King frowned and shouted. If we continue to suffer losses like this, the rewards won't be enough. Finish him off. The pinnacle God King frowned and said. He felt that this kid was very strange. He didn't even see him make a move, but a few of his subordinates were already dead, which was really unimaginable. The high-level God King could also hear the seriousness in the pinnacle God King's tone, so he immediately nodded and attacked Ling Xiao. His attack was very strange, and just as his body flashed, he actually disappeared from this part of the world, as if he was completely invisible, and his aura was also very well hidden, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect him at all. Ling Xiao dealt with the few God Kings in front of him with all his might. He killed another 2 low-level God Kings, and the other 3 mid-level God Kings were forced to retreat by him. Although he had been constantly vigilant of his surroundings, the sudden sneak attack still made him break out in a cold sweat. He had experienced this kind of experience half a year ago, and it was also a fatal blow that pierced through the top of his head. It was enough for him to suffer the same move once, so he definitely couldn't suffer a second time. Ling Xiao didn't use his divine soul clone at the beginning, but this time he used his divine soul clone just like the last time. But this time he was already prepared and on guard. Before the attack landed on top of his head, his divine soul clone immediately attacked and took the golden dragon spear in his hand, and faced the sword light that was coming from above his head. The high-level God King who sneaked an attack clearly didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually use his divine soul to block his attack, but he didn't think that a low-level God King's divine soul could block his attack. Just as well, I can make your soul scatter, and you'll never be able to reincarnate. The high-level God King shouted ferociously, and a majestic power poured out. Try it if you can. Ling Xiao's divine soul snorted coldly, and the golden dragon spear in his hand burst out with power that was dozens of times stronger than before. A peerless golden dragon instantly rushed up, as if it had just broken through the sky, and let out a loud and clear roar. The high-level God King completely didn't expect that a mere low-level God King's divine soul could instantly burst out with such ferocious power. His sword technique collided with his opponent's spear light, and his divine saber was instantly shattered. The golden dragon still surged forward unstoppably toward his head. No, the high-level God King's head was hanging downwards, so when faced with such a powerful attack, even if his head was made of 10,000-year-old rock, it would still be smashed to pieces. Rumble. The high-level God King was instantly killed by Ling Xiao's attack, and his body turned into a pool of blood that splattered everywhere. This shocking attack stunned all the God Kings who came to surround and kill Ling Xiao. If the death of the first high-level God King didn't attract much attention, then the death of the high-level God King in front of them was witnessed by everyone. The high-level God King was actually blasted apart by a direct attack from the other party, so one could imagine how powerful the other party was. At this time, they also saw that there were two identical Ling Xiao in front of them. Apart from the strength of their auras, they couldn't tell which one was the real one, and which one was the doppelganger. They even thought they were twins. The leader was finally moved. Damn Dragon Gate. What kind of information did they provide? If this kid can only defeat a mid-level God King at most, then what on earth happened just now? The leader couldn't help but curse in his heart. As the vice leader of the Shadow Assassin group, he was also very knowledgeable. He could immediately tell that the clone that suddenly appeared just now was probably formed by the condensation of divine soul. He originally thought that since Ling Xiao was alone, he could easily end this kid's life with his subordinates. However, he had lost two of his generals and several other trusted subordinates. This was really a heavy loss. At this moment, he no longer dared to be careless and led these last people to attack and kill Ling Xiao together. I'll deal with this divine soul clone. The rest of you destroy his real body for me. That pinnacle God King shouted. That pinnacle God King couldn't be compared to others. He clearly cultivated the wind attribute, and in this environment, his speed was still extremely fast. At the same time, his attacks were also abnormally fierce, making it hard for people to block. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao was of the wind attribute. After increasing his combat strength by several tens of times, he could still fight to a draw with this person in front of him. After all, back then, this divine soul clone of Ling Xiao was in existence that could contend against the Sinjin of Goguryeo. If not for being suppressed by this spatial power, he might still be able to gain some upper hand. The other side's two high-level God Kings were already dead. The rest were 5 mid-level God Kings and 2 low-level God Kings besieging his real body. Due to his divine soul's power being extracted, Ling Xiao was unable to use soul power attacks. He could only use the 9 Suns Heaven-Burning Fist to kill these people. He already cultivated the 9 Suns Heaven-Burning Fist to the extreme. 9 brilliant suns appeared together, all making heaven and earth change color. Those God Kings were all blasted flying backward and vomited blood, while those attacks that landed on Ling Xiao's body did not cause much damage to him. At most, his internal organs suffered some internal injuries, and the ancient sovereign divine technique could recover very quickly. As long as he delayed until others came to save him, then everything would be easy. If not for the other side having this pinnacle God King, he would not need to let out the divine soul clone at all, and would directly use divine soul attacks, then coordinate with his own methods to kill the others. Even so, Ling Xiao still had the upper hand despite fighting 2 against 8, and even killed the other 2 low-level God Kings. After all, his speed and movement technique were absolutely not random. The group of people fought closer and closer to the chaotic burial space, but Ling Xiao did not seem to notice at all. And that pinnacle God King seemed to intentionally lead Ling Xiao's side to fight. A sneer quietly appeared on his face. All of you back off. After that pinnacle God King burst open Ling Xiao's divine soul, he suddenly shouted. Immediately after, 2 lifeless figures instantly appeared. And following the sudden appearance of these 2 lifeless figures, Ling Xiao encountered the greatest danger since the beginning. He was actually sent to the legendary Forbidden Area. Chapter 1265. The 2 silhouettes charged at Ling Xiao's real body and clone. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to attack the two silhouettes at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two silhouettes were still able to charge at him after receiving his attacks. It's a puppet. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and shouted. Ling Xiao's real body and his doppelganger were hugged by the two puppets, which were almost rotting. Just as Ling Xiao was about to break free, the Peak Divine King shouted, "Send him into the chaotic burial space immediately." The others received the order and immediately attacked Ling Xiao without holding back. Numerous forces intertwined and combined in this part of the world. Wave after wave of earth-shattering power surged towards Ling Xiao. These powers didn't want to kill Ling Xiao directly, but to send his body into the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao's face paled. He didn't think that his opponent would come up with such a devious plan. His soul clone was able to blast the puppet away, but the Peak Divine King's attack was already heading towards him without holding back. On the other side, the real body couldn't shake off the puppet in an instant. He was forced into the entrance of the chaotic burial space by the power. Everything happened so suddenly that Ling Xiao wasn't prepared at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. These powers continued to wreak havoc in this space, exploding nonstop. The direction of these powers was the entrance of the chaotic burial space. It seemed like these forces had triggered the power of the heavens. The power of the chaotic burial space suddenly became more violent than before. Waves of level 12 cold wind roared, and many purple thunders kept bombarding. Black clouds rolled up, and a huge vortex appeared. It was like a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The grayish-black power spun rapidly, and a powerful suction force burst forth. Ling Xiao was instantly blasted thousands of meters away by the powerful impact. His body was also injured. His soul clone was also forced back by the Peak Divine King, but it wasn't as far as his real body. When Ling Xiao felt that his real body was about to be sucked into the black whirlpool by the powerful suction, his divine soul doppelganger flew over at top speed, pulling his real body and flying forward. You want to escape? Impossible. The Peak Divine King had always been paying attention to Ling Xiao's situation. He realized that Ling Xiao's spirit was about to bring his real body out. He roared again and attacked with the others. But this time, Ling Xiao was prepared. The obsidian cauldron instantly enlarged and stood in front of his body and soul. Once again, the obsidian cauldron was blasted back quite a distance by the other party, while Ling Xiao was also pushed back by the backlash. Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed, but there was nothing he could do. On the other hand, the other party's attacks came in wave after wave. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, wanting to rush back had become an extravagant hope. Suddenly, the suction behind him became even more terrifying, and a force like a devil's claw instantly entangled Ling Xiao. Whoosh! Ling Xiao and the obsidian cauldron were immediately sucked into the black whirlpool by this powerful force and disappeared. At this time, Xu Ziqian had already returned and hurriedly brought the others over. They happened to see the scene of Ling Xiao being sucked into the chaotic burial space, and each and every one of them was stunned. No, Ling Xiao's women all let out heart-wrenching screams. Each and every one of them desperately wanted to rush over and rescue Ling Xiao. However, Ling Gang, Mad Monk, Kong Wen and Kong Wu, who were beside them, immediately stopped them. You bastards! This prince will eat all of you! The prodigal shouted at the few people who were trying to escape from afar. The prodigal instantly transformed into his true form, and rushed towards the shadow assassination group members who were scattering and running away. The raging flames on its body surged up instantly, burning all the air in the vicinity. The temperature instantly rose to a terrifying level. A dazzling meteor-like light shot towards two of them. Roar! The prodigal roared twice, and his two front claws instantly crushed the two mid-level divine kings. The 13th prince's actions were not slower than the prodigal. His body shook, and he immediately chased after the Peak Divine King, who was the fastest to escape. A golden light shot out from his mouth, and hit the Peak Divine King. The Peak Divine King jumped in fright. He never thought that there would be a true dragon divine beast that had taken human form here. He raised his strength to the extreme, and his figure fluttered like the wind, dodging the 13th prince's attack. However, in order to dodge this attack, his figure also slowed down, and the 13th prince's huge basin mouth instantly enveloped him. Damn it, you really think I'm easy to bully? The Peak Divine King's greatest desire to survive was aroused. He shouted, and the long sword in his hand burst forth with his full strength, directly stabbing towards the 13th prince's throat. This was a desperate fight that would cause both sides to suffer. If the 13th prince insisted on devouring him, his divine sword would definitely pierce through the 13th prince's throat. One had to admit that the Peak Divine King's ability to adapt was quite outstanding, and he was not afraid of death. It was a pity that he had underestimated his and the 13th prince's abilities. Before his sword light could pierce through the 13th prince's throat, a bead appeared from below the 13th prince's throat. Boom boom boom. The bead instantly burst forth with terrifying power, blasting the Peak Divine King and his divine sword into ashes. The dragon bead was the crystallization of the true dragon's power. Once it appeared, it was enough to raise the true dragon's power to a terrifying level. Those who had surrounded Ling Xiao were all hunted down and killed by the two mythological beasts. One of them was captured by Ling Gang, and he used the soul-searching technique to get some useful information. He wanted to find out who had sent them to assassinate Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they were not leaders, and they were only following instructions from their superiors. They had no idea who had sent them. These people sent Ling Xiao into the chaotic burial space, and they all died. A sobbing voice cried out, "Godfather, let go of me. I want to find Xiao Xiao." Needless to say, it was Eurofei who wanted to struggle free from her godfather, Mad Monk, to find Ling Xiao. Mad Monk shouted, "Are you crazy? Even if you go in, you won't be able to find him." "No. I can definitely find him. Let go of me. I can't let him stay there alone," Eurofei begged. The chaotic burial space was known as a forbidden area, and anyone who entered it would most likely die. Although she didn't want to face the fact that Ling Xiao could die, she couldn't bear to watch as Ling Xiao was sucked in. Her heart was broken. She wanted to go in because she wanted to die with Ling Xiao. "Calm down, Ling Xiao might not die," Mad Monk shouted, and then he said to the others, "Take them back." Yin Mingqi, Lai Ruyu, and Zhou Zijing's reactions were not much calmer than Eurofei's. All of their faces were full of tears, and they kept wanting to go to the chaotic burial space. However, when Yin Mingqi heard the Mad Monk shout, she immediately held back the tears on her face. She then looked in the direction of the chaotic space and shouted, "Xiao, I know you'll definitely be fine. I'll definitely wait for you to come out." She paused for a moment before continuing, "But before you come out, I'll definitely take revenge for you. No matter who harmed you, one day I'll definitely find them and kill them all. At that time, I'll come and accompany you." Yin Mingqi spoke more decisively, and her beautiful eyes flashed with an unprecedented hostility. Her water god body erupted with terrifying power, and the divine sword in her hand stabbed upwards, making a ferocious sound, showing her determination. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had gone through untold hardships to find her and reunite with her. It hadn't even been 3 years, and he was sent into the chaotic burial space. She knew how terrifying the chaotic burial space was. Thinking about Ling Xiao dying, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She didn't understand why the heavens wanted to torture them like this. If something happened to Ling Xiao, after she got her revenge, she would follow Ling Xiao into the chaotic burial space. Whether it was to find him, or to be in love with him, she didn't care. "Right, we have to get revenge for Ling Xiao. No matter who the enemy is, no matter how great the price, we have to exterminate them all." Lai Ruyu also made a vow. Her fire god body flickered, and the intense flames soared into the sky. Her aura was no weaker than Yin Mingqi's. Zhou Zijing didn't say anything, but looking at her tightly clenched fists, she knew that she had made up her mind. Ling Xiao, it was Master's wife who harmed you. If Master's wife hadn't come here, this wouldn't have happened to you. I deserved to die 1,000 times. The one crying the most emotionally and sadly was Xu Ziqian. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would have such a thing happen to him just to find her. She felt like she was born to be a jinx. She wanted to break into the chaotic burial space, but she was knocked out by her aunt from behind. "Everyone, I'm sorry, Ziqian was too emotional." Xu Ziqian's aunt apologized. She knew that Xu Ziqian had already lost control. If she was allowed to make a scene here, it would be even more embarrassing. Xu Ziqian was Ling Zhao's master's wife, but she wasn't anyone else's master's wife, especially Ling Gang and Xin Yi. The way they looked at her was almost emitting fire, but they still held it in. They were all cursing in their hearts. Ling Xiao died for such a stinky woman. It's really not worth it. Feng Qingyuan didn't say anything. She was also crying her eyes out. At least she knew that the evil emperor was still alive. It was just that he couldn't come out. But Ling Xiao was suddenly sucked in. And he didn't even leave them the jade tube of life. They didn't even know if he was dead or alive. I say you don't cry. Boss should be fine. The prodigal didn't understand human emotions, but after spending a long time together, he understood a little, so he spoke up. As soon as the prodigal said that, everyone looked at him. The prodigal scratched his head and said, I think boss should be fine. Isn't he an undying cockroach? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression darkened again. Chapter 1266. In the end, the prodigal proposed an acceptable verification method. That was to rush back to the Kim people's territory to see if the Golden Wolf King was still alive. As long as the Golden Wolf King was alive, it proved that Ling Xiao was still fine. After hearing this method, all of them finally recovered some of their vigor. They did not stay any longer and immediately rushed back to Dragon Gate. They were all praying in their hearts that Ling Xiao would be fine. In fact, they did not know that there was another best way to find out if Ling Xiao was still alive. That could be verified from Emo Inyo. After all, he was cast a soul-locking curse by Ling Xiao. If something happened to Ling Xiao, he would not be able to survive. However, they were already at a loss. No one thought of this, causing them to be nervous and sad for a long time. Before they could return to the Heavenly Dragon Sect, a piece of news had already been secretly transmitted here. In the secret room of Fangbuer's mountain peak, Fangbuer laughed loudly. Haha, good. He was sent to the chaotic burial space? So what if that little bastard has the ancient Emperor Divine technique? He's still dead. Among the people sitting there, a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. Only Hegong's expression was a little solemn as he said, Commander Fang, although that little bastard has been dealt with, the Shadow Assassination Group is still a hidden danger. Elder He, what are you thinking? Fangbuer squinted at Hegong and asked. Hegong made a gesture of cutting his throat and said, Only the dead can keep this secret forever. The others also nodded in agreement. Fangbuer hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, but this shadow guy is not easy to deal with, and his whereabouts are not easy to find. We have to make a good arrangement, and try to catch them all in one fell swoop. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let Elder Meng and I handle this matter. I don't think he can cause any trouble. Hegong said confidently. If that's the case, then I'll leave this matter to you. Fangbuer replied, then continued. The next step is to find a way to get Ling Chen to step down. The Water Dragon battle team already has the three of us as commanders, so we just need to get the other two guys over. The only pity is that the first team is controlled by Ling Chen. Otherwise, the entire Water Dragon battle team would be under our control, and the position of Heavenly Dragon Sect would definitely be mine. It wasn't the first time that Fangbuer had revealed his ambition in front of his people. According to the higher-ups, they hoped that the new generation could seize control of Dragon Gate. But he didn't think so. When he was pushed down by Ling Chen, he had been thinking about how to overthrow Ling Chen. He thought that as long as he could get the elders of Dragon Gate to join him, ruin Ling Chen's reputation, and suppress the other Kim people's people, the position would be his. His idea seemed to be very good, and it filled him with fighting spirit. In the following days he often stirred up trouble in Dragon Gate, and he also built a good relationship with many elders outside, as if he wanted to control Dragon Gate. Of course, this didn't mean that Ling Chen could be replaced immediately because of Ling Xiao's absence. Previously, Ling Xiao shocked the younger generation, and he competed with the other miracle apothecaries of the other peaks. His prestige was quite prominent, and he suppressed the other 5 miracle apothecaries in one fell swoop. The news that Ling Xiao was forced into the chaotic burial space didn't spread. Zheng Can, as the chief apothecary, was on good terms with him, so he naturally leaned towards the Kim people's side. Moreover, The middle faction had already confirmed to follow the Kim people's faction. Therefore, Fongbuer's little tricks only achieved very little effect. Later, he let people spread rumors that Ling Xiao had been forced into the chaotic burial space, hoping to sway the hearts of the others. But this rumor was quickly quelled by Ling Chen. Because this rumor had no proof whether Ling Xiao was really in trouble or not. And because of Fongbuer's stupid decision, Ling Chen suspected that he was the one who contacted the Shadow Assassination Group to assassinate Ling Xiao. With this suspicion in mind, Ling Chen immediately asked Ling Gang to investigate. Unfortunately, he received news that the Shadow Assassination Group had already been annihilated. At first, Ling Gang thought that it was Ling Zhao's friend, Lai Yuru, who did it, but it wasn't easy for him to find out. After all, she was the young miss of the Blazing Flame merchants, so he couldn't do anything about it. The Dragon Gate began to fall into a situation where the two factions fought, and the Divine Body faction once again regained the situation where they wanted to suppress the Kim people. However, the Kim people's determination to quell the internal strife this time was very strong. They sent out many Divine King experts from the Kim people to enter the Dragon Gate, to take up important positions. The people of the Divine Body faction might have sensed that the Kim people had already made a move, but they didn't dare to go any further. They were afraid that the elders would come out and cause a real internal strife, and it would be difficult for the elders of the Divine Body faction to contend against them. Otherwise, they would have long since replaced the position of the Kim people. Fongbuer was very depressed. Although he had gotten rid of Ling Xiao, he had forced the Kim people to become even more unyielding, causing him to have no choice but to lie low for the time being. After Ling Xiao was sent into the chaotic burial space, the people who followed him did not disperse just like that. For example, the elders who followed him were still guarding the mountain peak. They did not know that Ling Xiao had already entered the chaotic burial space. Ling Zhao's wife, Yin Mingqi, and Yuro Fei were still here. Furthermore, Ling Gang, Kong Wen, Kong Wu Changhaoyou, Xin Yuyi and the others were also here. At the same time, there were a few more people. They were the Mad Monk, Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian and Xu Ziqian's aunt. They had also entered the mountain peak to cultivate. They all had the position of an outer sect elder in the Dragon Gate. And these were all arranged by Ling Gang for them. Only Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already returned to the Blazing Flame merchants. However, before they left, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing still called Yin Mingqi and Yuro Fei over and chatted for an entire day. No one knew what they were talking about. They only knew that when they were separated, they were hugging each other and crying their hearts out. Those who didn't understand would think that they were old friends who had known each other for hundreds of years. They also made an agreement, which was to start making use of every minute and second to cultivate, and use the fastest speed to reach the peak Divine King realm. If Ling Xiao still hadn't returned by then, they would disregard everything and enter the chaotic burial space. At the same time, Lai Ruyu was preparing to use the enormous resources of the Blazing Flame merchants to find out who had bribed the Shadow Assassin Group to deal with Ling Xiao. But unfortunately, she was destined to come up empty-handed. In the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region, in a forbidden area of the Xiao family's ancestors' seclusion, a beautiful woman wearing a white veil stood on the balcony of a pavilion, looking at the bright moon hanging in the sky. This woman was like a fairy of the moon, appearing refined and otherworldly under the moonlight. Waves of multicolored light occasionally flickered on her body, appearing especially mysterious and beautiful. Her pair of large eyes blinked continuously, as if they possessed a pure and holy divine light that could accommodate all rivers. Why do I feel so uncomfortable recently? The woman lightly clutched her chest, looking up at the sky and sighing. Then, she looked at Haoyue and muttered to herself, I really miss grandfather. I really miss brother Ling Xiao. I wonder if they are doing well? Brother Ling Xiao said that he would visit me when he has time, but it's already been a few years, and I still haven't seen him. Does he hate my mother and hate me too? I really miss the days with grandfather and brother Ling Xiao, but I don't know where grandfather is now, and I still can't help brother Ling Xiao. Ancestor said that I need to at least reach the high-level Divine King realm before I can go to the Sky Dragon region to visit brother Ling Xiao. It will still take a long time to cultivate to that step. Although Ancestor has always praised me, I don't feel it at all. I really want to become a high-level divine king tomorrow. Then I can go and find Brother Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao, I miss you. Do you miss Ling Er? A fairy-like woman slowly poured out her heart to Hao Yue. In the sky, the stars that accompanied the bright moon seemed to be her best listener, constantly twinkling in response. However, when a meteor rapidly fell from the east, the woman only felt a painful pain in her heart, and the tears in her beautiful eyes automatically slid down. Even she didn't know why she was crying. Perhaps she missed her grandfather and Brother Ling Xiao too much. On the mystic spirit continent, far away from the flame heaven region. Today, the proud smiling palace was worthy of being the leader of the major forces that were on par with the martial spirit pavilion. Even the medicine sect, which had always been inferior to the martial spirit pavilion, had to admit that the proud smiling palace was far more powerful than them. It wasn't that they occupied a vast territory, but that the overall strength of the proud smiling palace had indeed surpassed them. This was also recognized by the other 16 major forces. As for who was stronger between the martial spirit pavilion and the proud smiling palace, the people of the central region had tried to figure it out. In the end, the conclusion was that they were neck and neck. This result was truly inconceivable. After all, the martial spirit pavilion had a longer history than the proud smiling palace. There were many experts in the martial spirit pavilion, and most importantly, there were many mystic emperor stage super experts and many saints. However, although the proud smiling palace was a new major force that had been around for less than 100 years, it had a legendary palace master Ling, who was known in every corner of the central region. This made it qualified to be on equal footing with the martial spirit pavilion. Speaking of Palace Master Ling, everyone in the central region was full of admiration for him. He had once suppressed the younger generation of many forces and obtained the first emperor seat. He had also won the title of the champion of the younger generation in the Alchemy Conference of the Alchemy Alliance. From then on, he had risen to prominence in the central region. Not long after, he had established the proud smiling palace as a heavenly master. He occupied land in the Wind Cloud City and became the king. At that time, he had dared to challenge the Gu clan, which was one of the 18 great forces. Even the Gu clan had sent a super strong Emperor Xian to kill him, but the Emperor Xian had failed. He had also killed all the people from the Heaven Slaying organization, which made him famous as the youngest Emperor Xian in history. In less than 20 years after the establishment of the proud smiling palace, he had destroyed the Ouyang clan, the Gu clan, the Heaven Slaying organization, and the Black Demon sect, which was the most famous sect at that time. He had been in the limelight for a while, and he had become the 5th legend in the central domain with the title of Xiao Di. It could be said that without the Xiao Emperor, the proud smiling palace wouldn't exist. Chapter 1267. Every generation has its own talents. After the retirement of the Xiao Emperor, a new generation began to emerge in the central district of the Xianling continent. In the 25 years since the Xiao Emperor left the Xianling continent, a lot of interesting things happened. The marriage between the Xiao Emperor's son, Fengling Tian, and the granddaughter of the supreme leader of the martial spirit court, Bai Yueme, caused a sensation in the central district. The proud smiling palace and the martial spirit court were two of the most powerful forces in the central district. Did their marriage mean that the two forces had formed an alliance? Regardless of whether the two forces had formed an alliance or not, they all knew that the proud smiling palace's younger generation had not become enemies with the martial spirit court in the imperial ranking list. Fengling Tian and Bai Yueme had gone through many twists and turns before they could be together. Everyone knew that in the previous 3 imperial ranking list competitions, the first martial emperor was Xian Li, the direct disciple of the Xiao Emperor. However, all the earthly sovereigns who had participated in the imperial ranking list competition knew that the first martial emperor was Fengling Tian, the son of the Xiao Emperor. However, Fengling Tian did not care about his reputation at all. He defeated the outstanding disciple of the martial spirit court, Lung Feng, and took his great imperial Dan. Then he gave the great imperial Dan to Xian Li, and became the first martial emperor. At that time, Fengling Tian was being chased by Bai Yueme of the martial spirit court. In the beginning, Fengling Tian did not seem to be interested in this lady. However, Bai Yueme was extremely infatuated with him. No matter where Feng Lingtian went, Bai Yueme would appear right behind him. Later, Feng Lingtian had no choice but to teach Bai Yueme a lesson, trying to force her away. Unfortunately, after the fight, Bai Yueme became even more determined to marry him, because she had already been completely captivated by Feng Lingtian's outstanding charm. And in her entire life, she would only fall in love with a man who could give her a good impression. Bai Yueme's pursuit lasted for more than 10 years. In the end, Bai Yueme accidentally fell into a dangerous situation and was captured by a roving bandit. Seeing that Bai Yueme was about to be defiled by these roving bandits, Feng Lingtian finally appeared in time. At that moment, he also expressed his true feelings for Bai Yueme. His cold-killing intent soared into the sky, and with the strength of an Empyrean at that time, he slaughtered over 1,000 bandits. Among them, there were even 2 half-emperors and no lack of Empyrean-level powerhouses. This battle not only established Feng Lingtian's reputation in the Central Territory, it also established the outcome of his love with Bai Yueme. The fact that White Fairy chased after Feng Lingtian became a popular story among the women in the Central region, and Feng Lingtian killed thousands of people to save the beauty, which made the women in the Central region admire and love him. The marriage between Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme was a beautiful story, a beautiful story. Now it was finally time for the couple to blossom and bear fruit. On the main peak of the Aoshao Palace, there was a quiet and elegant courtyard. In front of a private room, a group of beautiful women were anxiously walking around outside. Among them, there were a few dignified men with dignified expressions. It was obvious that they were quite nervous. A young woman was walking the most. She clasped her hands together and looked into the private room from time to time, as if she was expecting something. The young woman murmured to herself, "Why is it taking so long? I'm so anxious." A handsome man in front of her said unhappily, "I say, don't walk around. You're making my eyes dizzy." Who knew that the young woman would immediately retort, "Get out of my way. I'm waiting for my good great-grandson to be born. It's an eyesore. Didn't you say you were going to cultivate in seclusion? What are you still doing here?" The man immediately became speechless, and his face was full of depression. This couple was Xiao Emperor's father, Ling Zhan, and mother Meng Xiyun. Sigh, Xiao Heir has been gone for 20 to 30 years. He doesn't know that Ling Tian is already married, and his child is about to be born. It would be great if Xiao Heir was here. Meng Xiyun sighed with a face full of longing. As soon as she said this, everyone's anxious mood immediately turned into nostalgia. Really, today is a happy day. Why mention that kid? Maybe he's having fun in Heaven Domain right now. Ling Zhan said angrily. As he said this, his eyes secretly revealed a gratified expression. He only had one son in his life, but this son was the pride of his life. Thinking back, if it wasn't for his son persevering in the face of adversity, not only could he cultivate again, but he also gave his father a big surprise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the cultivation of a peak celestial master today. How can you talk about your son like that? If it wasn't for Xiao Heir, would you be the emperor in the palace? Would you have so many beautiful daughters-in-law and granddaughters? You're going to be an old man soon, yet you don't know how to care about your sons and grandsons. You only know how to cultivate all day. Meng Xiyun had a lot of opinions about Ling Zhan. These past few years, Meng Xiyun had enjoyed the happiness of a family, but Ling Zhan kept cultivating and didn't spend much time with her. It was no wonder that she didn't like him. Of course, her heart was like tofu, so the others didn't find it strange. At this time, a beautiful woman in plain clothes walked over while supporting an old man. The woman smiled and said, "Granny, don't blame the old master. Don't tell me you want him to stay with us women and chat all day? I'm afraid the old master will be bored to death." The woman who walked forward was the Xiao Emperor's wife, Feng Xianyun. She was supporting her grandfather, the high priest. 20 years had passed, but Feng Xianyun's appearance hadn't changed much. However, she now had a mature and charming beauty. She also had the grace of a mother of the world. I think Xiao Heir has been influenced by him. He only knows how to chase after the peak of power. Now that his grandson is about to be born, he still doesn't know where he is. When he comes back, Let's see if his grandson will still recognize him as his grandfather. Meng Xian complained. You're a woman. What are you talking about? Without Xiao heir, we wouldn't be where we are today. Really? Ling Zhan was a bit angry. He muttered in his heart. This old woman is becoming more and more unreasonable. There are so many wives here. Yet you criticize your man like this. All right, Grandpa, Grandma, stop arguing. Mother said that father is also working hard to bring us to Tianyu in the future. It's understandable that he didn't get to see our little nephew being born. A clear voice interrupted from a direction. A young girl with a long tail came in front of Meng Xiyun, and Ling Zhan with a reproachful expression. This girl looked somewhat similar to Feng Xianyun, but she looked more like Xiao Di. She had a heroic spirit that was not inferior to men, and at the same time, she had the charm of a little woman. She was a beautiful woman who could bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to the people. This young girl was the daughter of the Xiao Emperor and Feng Xianyun Lingying. She was only around 30 years old, but she was already a high-level Earth sovereign. Although her Tenbin couldn't compare to the Xiao Emperor and her mother, she was still one of the best in the younger generation. Sister is right. Father will come back sooner or later. Let's see if our good nephew is as handsome as this young master. A young man with a flirtatious expression interrupted with a smile. The man's facial features were regular, and he had an imposing appearance. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and held a folding fan in his hand. He gave off the vibe of an elegant young man, and was the type that young girls liked the most. The second son of the Xiao Emperor and Kai Xianyun, Ling Yu, was only 2 or 3 months younger than Ling Ying. His cultivation was also extraordinary, reaching the peak of the Earth Sovereign. Actually, with his Tenbin, he should have the strength of a heavenly venerable. However, this guy inherited his father's dissolute personality and spent most of his time looking for women. If it wasn't for the fact that his brother Feng Lingtian often urged him to cultivate, his strength would probably be a bit weaker than Ling Ying. What are you guys talking about? Let's hope that Yue can give birth to a baby as soon as possible. She has been in there for a long time. It's really worrying me to death. Another beautiful woman with a full figure said. She was Ling Yu's mother, Kai Xianyue. She was now at the Mystic Tharch tier, and her temperament had already risen to another level. Could it be that Yue gave birth to twins? It would be great if that was the case. A woman with a calm and elegant face said. Hee, Sister Xiner is right. It must be twins. It's best if it's a boy and a girl. Young master will be very happy when he comes back. Another woman in a white dress said excitedly. They were Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi. They were still so beautiful that it made people feel pity and love for them. In addition, Wei Dyer, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, Yu Laiyan, Wu Meinyang, Dongfang Jing, Luo Meiying, and a few other women also started to talk about the children in Bai Yuemei's belly. Each of them had greatly improved in terms of cultivation. Their appearances hadn't changed much, but their temperaments had undergone a completely different transformation. They had become more mature and beautiful. Any man who saw them would be tempted. Every single one of them was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a nation. Anyone who could have one of them would feel that they had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. However, they were all Xiao Di's women. It had to be said that the Xiao Emperor was the same as his master, the evil emperor. They both had the title of dissolute. Apart from these women, the Grand Elder of the Proud Smile Palace, Yi Yunfeng, and the new Palace Lord of the Proud Smile Palace, Xian Li, were also among them. Yi Yunfeng had naturally reached the Mystic Tharch tier. He assisted Xian Li to manage the Proud Smile Palace. Xian Li was now a high-level celestial venerable. He was tough, calm, and decisive. He was more suitable to be the Palace Lord than his master, the Xiao Emperor. The position of Palace Lord was originally reserved for Feng Lingtian. However, Feng Lingtian was like his father, the Xiao Emperor. He didn't take responsibility and only knew to cultivate. He was still in seclusion to break through to the Mystic Tharch tier. He didn't even know that his own child was born. However, just as the sound of melons falling to the ground was heard, a dazzling and majestic golden light swept over from a direction. A handsome young man smiled brightly and said, "My child has finally been born." Chapter 1268. Chaotic Burial Space, one of the 8 great forbidden lands. The space energy at the entrance was so chaotic that people didn't dare to approach. That black hole seemed to spin unceasingly. That terrifying energy was enough to grind any god king into dust. The god kings who entered this mysterious space had almost no chance of survival. Not many could come out. Even incipient god realm experts would have the same result. However, those who were able to come out of there had all obtained unique opportunities. However, if they had to enter the chaotic burial space again, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't come a second time. That was because the terror inside was beyond everyone's imagination. Starting from the entrance, besides the extremely chaotic energy that people couldn't adapt to, there was also the terrifying gravitational field. Compared to the outside, the gravitational field was tens of thousands of times stronger. In other words, if a person weighed 100 pounds, then they would weigh at least several million pounds in here. Ordinary warriors, even saints or holy emperors, would be crushed into powder by this sudden increase in energy. Only god kings with god bodies could use their god power to resist this force that was tens of thousands of times stronger than normal. However, flying was also extremely difficult. Of course, if it was just the gravity, it wouldn't be enough to kill a god king. The most important thing was that the chaotic energy constantly stirred up and created chaotic attacks. There were all sorts of explosive elemental attacks, such as heavenly thunder lightning, metal sharp blade twist, burning sea of fire, hailstorm, and a series of other attacks formed at the entrance. All spatial elemental attacks could instantly kill ordinary god kings. These attacks were like the chaotic attacks of a supreme being, and any one of them was enough to destroy several cities. Normally, every godly king who dared to enter the chaotic burial space would be fully prepared. They would all wear the best defensive armor before venturing in. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter the entrance. They would die here. In this entrance that no one dared to enter in 10,000 years, there seemed to be a shadow moving along with the explosive energy. He was like a small boat in a storm. He could be destroyed at any minute. However, if anyone were to see that someone could survive such an explosive force without the help of any defensive armor, they would definitely be shocked to the point that their jaws would drop. There were not many complete pieces of flesh left on the man's body. His entire body was flowing with a golden liquid that was different from ordinary people's. His deep bones could be seen, and they also seemed to be cast from gold, appearing extremely hard and sturdy. His beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and his figure constantly flickered to avoid those attacks. Back and forth, it was almost impossible to leave this godforsaken place. After staying here for a few months, Ling Xiao knew that he could not continue like this, so he tried to cultivate his physical strength here. As long as he could temper his body to the extent that he could withstand the violent attacks here, he could directly leave this place. With this plan, Ling Xiao began to cultivate here with his physical strength. He recultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique again, and polished the level of each transformation to the most perfect realm. In the beginning, he could not even withstand a single attack here, but after 2 years, he had completely adapted to the power here, and it was not a problem for his physical body to withstand for a few days without being destroyed. He could clearly feel that his physical body had improved to a terrifying level, and even if it was an attack from a normal high-level divine weapon, he could still withstand it. The dragon pattern on his chest also became more and more obvious, and it was obvious that the level of the ancient emperor's divine technique had improved a lot. After several days of violent attacks, Ling Xiao once again returned to the divine cauldron to take refuge, and at the same time he closed it. After 2 whole years of baptism in this unstable place, Ling Xiao's low-level peak god king realm finally showed signs of loosening. He wanted to make use of today's opportunity to break through to the mid-level god king realm in one fell swoop. That way, his physical body would become even stronger, and then it would be time for him to leave this violent area. The only pity was that the power here was too chaotic, and it was not easy to absorb. Moreover, the environment was especially harsh, and it was too easy for problems to occur if he wanted to break through here. Once he was affected, the gains would not make up for the losses, and he might even fall into a state of eternal damnation. It was just that Ling Xiao had stayed here for 2 years, and he was already numb to this environment. He calmed down and began to adjust his state. Breaking through to the God-King realm was not like the previous realms, which could be achieved in a single day. This required the power between his divine soul and Dantian to continuously condense more God power at the divine bridge, and then use all the God power to rush up to the next barrier in one go. The process seemed simple, but it would take at least half a year or a year to complete. Moreover, the energy in this environment was extremely violent, and it was simply unthinkable for others to absorb the power here to break through. However, Ling Xiao had the help of the 3 foreign creatures, and he could let them absorb the power here. And after they filtered it into a stable and pure state, they would then transfer it to his Dantian. Of course, by doing this, the power Ling Xiao obtained would be greatly reduced. However, being able to absorb power in this environment was already a great blessing, so how could he ask for more? Ling Xiao filled the divine cauldron with many god crystals, and at the same time, several stalks of god herbs appeared in his hands. These 5 kinds of god herbs were chosen according to Ling Xiao's attributes, and they were all precious god herbs that could increase his god power. Among them were the fire attribute fire serpent vine, the ice attribute snow lotus king, the wind attribute 5-star curling flower. Every stalk of god herb and god crystal was something that Ling Xiao had to absorb to break through. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong during this breakthrough, and there could not be any accidents. Ling Xiao quickly swallowed the 5 kinds of god herbs, and began to circulate the unique origin returning technique and the ancient emperor divine technique, allowing himself to enter a state where he forgot about himself and everything else. As the 5 different types of god herbs entered his body, a vast and majestic power constantly washed through his body, and the 2 divine techniques quickly devoured their essence. A portion was absorbed and assimilated by his flesh, meridians, organs, bones, and blood, while the other portion was continuously absorbed into the 5-color Dantian, and was converted into Ling Xiao's power. Because the power was too great, the 5-color Dantian swelled until it overflowed and rushed towards the divine bridge. His divine soul seemed to have sensed it, and his soul power, which was already stronger than his real body, rushed towards the bottom of the divine bridge. The 2 kinds of power began to intertwine and condense on the divine bridge, and bits of 5-colored, crystalline god power began to form. As the god power continued to grow, the divine bridge began to shine even more brilliantly. Originally, the god power only took up 1/10 of the divine bridge, but now it was gradually growing, and soon it filled up 2/10 of the divine bridge. As the god power continued to grow, Ling Xiao's aura continued to rise. The god power kept rushing towards a node, and as long as this node was broken through, he could advance to the next level. Rumble, rumble. The god power in Ling Xiao's body was like thousands of galloping horses, and his aura surged like thunder. After an unknown period of time, a faint sound rang out. Pa! Everything belonged to Tai Yuan, and he felt extremely comfortable. Chapter 1269. Becoming a godly king was equivalent to possessing an undying body, allowing one to live forever. Although godly kings had an endless lifespan for cultivation, this did not mean that they could use this endless lifespan to advance towards higher realms after becoming a godly king. God monarchs of the same rank were also divided into different ranks. Some godly kings reached godly king step by step through many years of arduous cultivation, using various spiritual herbs, sacred materials, and heaven-defying pills. During this period of time, they had expended a great deal of time and energy to reach that step. This was already a great fortune. And for these cultivators who reached godly king in the later stages, if they wanted to advance further, without divine pills or heaven-defying divine materials, it would be almost impossible for them to advance any further. After all, before these godly kings reached this step, their divine bodies and muscles would have aged to the extreme. Their foundations would not be able to support them in advancing to higher realms. The other type of godly king was Tenbin, who was extremely good. They could constantly make breakthroughs within a certain period of time, allowing their bodies to maintain vigorous bloodline power and powerful muscles. This allowed them to use their endless lifespan to make further breakthroughs after reaching godly king. These godly kings were rather extraordinary existences compared to ordinary godly kings. Their battle prowess would definitely be much stronger than the previous godly kings. As for the last type of godly king, they were born with divine bodies. From the moment they were born, they were destined to become godly kings in the future. It was almost difficult for people like them to encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. They had heaven's perception for all their advancements, allowing them to break through naturally. When they reached godly king, their bodies were almost at their most perfect state. Their appearances would almost always remain youthful, unlike the previous godly kings who would show signs of aging or middle-aged. These godly kings were born for battle. Their battle prowess was definitely top-notch amongst those at the same level, and they could even fight those at a higher level. It was also because of this monstrous physique that their divine bodies were the most perfect. Their future advancements would still be much easier than ordinary godly kings. The first two types of godly kings were the most common in the heaven region, while divine bodies were the rarest. They were the targets that the various superfactions placed the most emphasis on nurturing. However, there just happened to be a certain type of god king that didn't belong to these three types, but they still possessed unparalleled advancement advantages and powerful battle prowess. They were the lucky ones who had obtained heaven-defying opportunities. They seemed to be born with the will of the heavens. Every time they were in danger, they would be able to turn danger into safety, and in the end, they would obtain heaven-shaking opportunities, causing their levels to rapidly increase. This kind of lucky person could only be considered as someone who could survive through all kinds of dangers. Many people wanted to become this kind of lucky ones, but they all died prematurely. Those who were able to survive were all people with hearts as firm as iron. They were very hot-blooded and always had a tenacious and unshakable mentality. They could face all kinds of dangerous situations calmly and protect their own lives. Ling Xiao was undoubtedly one of the lucky ones. Ever since his rebirth, he had encountered countless perilous situations along the way. In the end, he had reaped what he had paid. He had reached the godly king stage before the age of 100, so his advancement speed was definitely not inferior to that of those divine bodies. And now he had once again faced this extremely harsh environment, and he had successfully advanced a step further, becoming an intermediate-level godly king. Moreover, he had become the fastest person to become an intermediate-level godly king in the heaven region, and he was only 78 years old. Of course, this was an intermediate godly king who hadn't relied on any divine pills to break through. If others were to find out about this, his name would probably immediately be recorded in the annals of history, and he would stand shoulder to shoulder with those monstrous ancient godly kings. Ling Xiao sat in the godly cauldron. The hundreds of millions of divine crystals around him had already been sucked dry by him. His entire person became extremely ethereal and holy, and waves of five-colored light constantly flashed within the godly cauldron. The violent explosion in this area seemed to be affected by this powerful divine light, and it temporarily fell silent. Immediately afterward, two substantial rays of light burst forth from Ling Xiao's eyes. His hair began to flutter, and the muscles all over his body constantly circulated with a crystalline halo that resembled colored glaze. His subduing aura was like that of an overlord, and no one dared to look at him directly. A bewitching smile flashed across Ling Xiao's face. His body trembled slightly, and his entire person rushed out of the godly cauldron. Roar. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. The vast and mighty dragon might reverberated incessantly in the vicinity, and this dragon roar actually shattered the power of this violent area into pieces. It was as if a 10-clawed golden dragon was surging mightily in this area, roaring for thousands of miles. The explosive power of this violent area was everywhere, and it was already very difficult for Ling Xiao to calm it down in a short period of time. As soon as his voice fell, countless lightning, flames, hailstones, rocks, a series of attacks once again rushed over without any warning. Every wave of power was almost equivalent to the full strength of a high-level God King's attack, and the heavy tens of thousands of forces still pressed down on him. Ling Xiao's body instantly sank, and he felt as if he was being pressed down by dozens of mountains on his shoulders. The various forces with the power of thunder and lightning constantly drowned him. If it was before he advanced, Ling Xiao would definitely be struggling to resist the gravity and bombardment, and his skin would definitely be torn and his flesh would be splattered at the first moment. However, The gravity now only made him feel slightly uncomfortable, and when the power bombarded his body, it no longer immediately tore his skin and flesh apart. Instead, he only felt waves of numbness and pain. Ling Xiao grinned. Hee, I finally have the ability to protect myself. Then he raised his head and faced the continuous impact of the power, and shouted, So what if it's one of the 8 great forbidden areas? I, Ling Xiao, can also do whatever I want here. As he shouted, he raised his fist and punched upwards. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This punch contained Ling Xiao's most powerful attack since he had advanced to the next level. His battle prowess was tens of times greater than before, and it also contained a torrential fist intent. Even a high-level God King would die if he were to face this attack. The majestic punch caused the violent power above him to tumble and tumble. Ling Xiao did not stop because of this. His figure began to change and fly around like a fish. His speed was many times faster than before, and the gravity on his body was almost negligible. It was not that the gravitational field no longer existed, but that Ling Xiao's strength had increased, and it was enough to withstand the gravity. He did not just blindly fly, he also had to work hard to blast a path in front of him. He had to leave this damned place. The surroundings were filled with violent power, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Although Ling Xiao wanted to leave this place and return to land, he still could not determine which direction was the exit. He could only choose a direction based on his feelings and keep moving forward. Along the way, he did not know how much power he had exerted to resist the power here. However, the power here seemed to be endless, and it seemed like there was no end to it. He did not know how many times he had exhausted his divine power, and how many times his physical body had been destroyed, but he still could not find a way out. He was getting more and more irritated. He did not know how many days had passed, and he only knew that he had become numb to this area. He had never suffered such a boring torture since he started cultivating. He was almost bored out of his mind. Even if he saw a divine herb or a divine material now, he would be able to kill some time. Damn, didn't they say that there are amazing opportunities here? But I haven't seen a single weed until now. F***ck. Ling Xiao could not help but curse. He was naked now, and he was not wearing any clothes. If he wore them, they would be destroyed in a short while, so he might as well just walk around like this. Anyway, no one would come to see him like this. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's figure could be described with the golden ratio. Of course, this did not mean that he was like a woman's, and that his body was very curvy. Instead, he was referring to the fact that his slender figure was indeed very tall and strong. His muscles, which were full of explosive power, were evenly distributed yet did not lose their soft beauty. He was definitely not like those big guys who were hard and ugly to look at. His muscles were all suffused with layers of golden divine light, and there were dragon-shaped patterns on his chest, looking very mighty and domineering. These days, his mid-level godly king's power had already been consolidated, and his physical body had reached the defensive state of a high-rank godly artifact. He was not far from a top-rank godly artifact. His punches and kicks were all immune to these violent attacks. Perhaps he had already resigned himself to his fate. This was definitely a boundless space. He released his late-stage high-level godly king divine soul, and borrowed the violent power here to temper himself. After being destroyed and reassembled again and again, the divine soul doppelganger became even more powerful. He firmly believed that the power of his divine soul was enough to fight against those true peak godly kings. He could even put up a fight against ordinary Senjin of Goguryeo. It could be said that Ling Xiao had already set foot on the peak level of all godly kings with his current power. If he used his soul power to attack, he would be invincible within the godly king realm. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already walked in this region for a whole 5 years. In addition to the 2 years that he had entered before, it was already 7 years. He missed the outside world very much. Finally, when he had already given up on finding a way out, he discovered that the violent power in front of him had actually weakened quite a bit. It seemed like he was already about to pass through the border of this region. Ling Xiao's originally numb emotions seemed to have been thrown a little bit of ice water, and he instantly became elated. I've finally endured to the end. Ha! Ling Xiao roared into the sky, and then he shot forward. Unfortunately, That wasn't the exit that he had hoped for. Instead, it was another strange region. Chapter 1270. Chaotic Burial Space. It was unknown which supreme being came up with this name. He only knew that it had existed for tens of thousands of years, and according to the descriptions of some supreme beings in the records, this should be a burial space. It seemed to contain some shocking secret from ancient times, so it was called Chaotic Burial Space. After Ling Xiao passed through the explosive area, he thought it was the exit. Unfortunately, he was happy too early. This was not an exit at all, but a space that was deathly still. He looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. He saw many desolate hills floating in the air without any roots, and many rocks were also colliding with the rapid flow here. It was like a land of turbulence. This was originally nothing to be afraid of, but upon a closer look, one would find that these turbulence were accompanied by some dead beast corpses and limbs from time to time, and there was no lack of human limbs floating in the air. Moreover, there was a huge number of them, and a sinister aura permeated this place. The deep chill was like the scene of the end of the world, and it would definitely make one's hair stand on end. As soon as Ling Xiao entered this space, he immediately felt a very strong corrosive aura. Moreover, he was also involuntarily sent flying by the powerful impact. Ling Xiao used the power of Thousand Fall to stabilize his body, but what followed was the impact force of countless hills and rocks. The impact force of these hills and rocks was enormous, and definitely not weaker than the force in the explosive area. In fact, it was a lot stronger. What the hell is this place? Ling Xiao cursed, and both his fists punched at the hills and rocks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful destructive force forcibly blasted these hills and rocks. However, Ling Xiao felt his fists go numb, and his whole body was also jolted backward. Coupled with the force of the rapid flow here, his body immediately flew out uncontrollably. Bang bang. Ling Xiao was instantly dizzy from the impact of the hills and rocks here, and his skin and flesh were torn. Fortunately, he had broken through to the mid-level God King realm, and his defensive capabilities had increased by another level. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into smithereens by these small mountains and rocks. He suspected that the owner of the severed limbs here had met with the same collision and died just like him. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, nor did he want to expend too much divine power. He barely managed to stabilize his body, took out his golden dragon spear, and swept away the approaching hills and rocks. With the help of the golden dragon spear, Ling Xiao suffered less physical pain. However, the flow of space here was still very strong, and if one was not careful, they would be sucked in and become unstable. Ling Xiao observed the situation around him, trying to think of a way to deal with this situation. At the same time, he thought of his master, the evil emperor. Could master be here? He had the evil emperor's jade tube of life, so he knew that the evil emperor was still alive. He believed that these severed limbs had nothing to do with his master, but he was wondering if his master was here as well. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao quickly flew up a small hill, and allowed the energy to flow along with it. At the same time, the jade tube of life appeared in his hand. Generally, the closer the jade tube of life was to its original owner, the more dazzling the light it emitted. Ling Xiao knew that the evil emperor was in the chaotic burial space, but when he took out the jade tube of life, he found that the jade tube of life was still lit up, but there was no change in its light. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I wonder how big this chaotic burial space is. Master has been here for over 100 years, so I wonder where he is now. Ling Xiao put away the jade tube of life, his expression indifferent as he pondered whether he should go with the flow or go against the flow to find the source. Just as Ling Xiao was distracted, another hill came crashing down on the hill he was on. Fortunately, Ling Xiao reacted in time and jumped away. Ling Xiao muttered, "Why don't I go against the flow and see what kind of damned place this is?" After saying that, Ling Xiao's figure began to weave through the turbulence. He nimbly avoided the small hills and rocks, and from time to time he would use them as footholds to rest. Ling Xiao didn't know how far he had gone. The turbulence was always there, and if he wasn't careful, he could easily be hit. However, in this kind of environment, Ling Xiao had tempered his movement technique, allowing it to reach the most perfect realm, and his speed had increased several times. With his mid-level God King strength and his wind attribute body, even high-level God Kings couldn't catch up to him, and he could be compared to a peak God King. Ling Xiao was constantly paying attention to the environment, and he discovered that these severed limbs seemed to have been left behind by God Kings who had died many years ago. Otherwise, these limbs wouldn't have been preserved until now. However, he didn't understand where these severed limbs had come from. After all, no one had entered this chaotic burial space for 10,000 years, so how could so many people have died here? Moreover, not all of those God Kings had been able to pass through the berserk area and come here. All of a sudden, he saw a severed arm rushing in his direction. If it had been before, he would have immediately dodged or directly defeated it. However, he caught the severed arm this time because he found a spatial ring on it. Anyone who could come here was probably a top-level God King, so there must be a lot of good treasures in their spatial rings. After Ling Xiao took it off, he threw the severed arm away, and then used his divine sense to scan the spatial ring. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao had expected, the space ring really did contain a lot of spirit materials and other strange divine treasures. However, Ling Xiao discovered that there wasn't even a single divine crystal in it. It was obvious that this God King had absorbed all of it in the nick of time. After all, not everyone could use the 3 foreign objects to absorb the berserk and chaotic energy here. Ling Xiao put away the spatial ring, and a look of joy finally appeared on his face. Maybe I can make a fortune here. There were severed limbs everywhere, so he felt that as long as he paid attention, he would definitely be able to find a lot of spatial rings. Unfortunately, his estimation was wrong. Many of these severed limbs had been smashed by the turbulence here, so it was really not easy to find an arm with a spatial ring. Ling Xiao didn't know how far he had walked, maybe a month, maybe half a year. In short, he found that this place was still the same as the berserk area, as if there was no end to it. Fortunately, he didn't end up empty-handed along the way. During this time, he had fished up more than a dozen high-rank god weapons, and even a top-grade god weapon. He had only obtained 3 spatial rings, and there were many good things hidden inside. This could be considered a way for him to kill some time in this chaotic burial space. Hey, why does this leopard head look so familiar? Ling Xiao looked at a huge beast head that suddenly passed by his eyes and exclaimed. He hesitated for a moment, then chased after it. He stopped the leopard's head and carefully sized it up. He was instantly stunned. He found that this leopard head was actually the one he had seen some time ago. Its left eye had been shattered by a rock, which Ling Xiao remembered clearly. He had clearly been moving in the opposite direction of this place, so why could he still see this leopard head that he had seen long ago? Could it be that I've been walking in place? Ling Xiao exclaimed, but then he shook his head and dismissed this idea. Immediately afterward, his eyes jumped. I understand, this must be a circular space, and everything here is flowing in circles. It must be like this. Sure enough, after rushing for a while, Ling Xiao returned to the border between the berserk area and this chaotic burial space. This was even more correct in Ling Xiao's heart. It turned out that he had been going in circles all along, from the starting point back to the end point. And this end point was still the starting point. This made him so depressed that he was going crazy. Ling Xiao kept looking at this chaotic burial space. In the end, he didn't turn back and once again escaped into the berserk area, leaving from the other direction. He felt that those who died here were probably god kings who had mistakenly entered and died of exhaustion in that space just like him. Ling Xiao's goal wasn't to break into the forbidden area of this chaotic burial space. He ultimately just wanted to leave this place. This time, he chose to go back in the opposite direction. Ling Xiao was no longer as worried as before. He knew that there must be an end to this chaotic burial space. Perhaps the direction he chose was the exit. Thus, he took out the divine cauldron, and let it float above his head to block the many forces. He flew with all his might, passing through this area as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Ling Xiao's originally cheerful personality was about to be obliterated. However, he had always felt that there wouldn't be any divine items or living beings in this berserk area. However, on this day he saw a figure moving in the distance just like him. From the figure's figure, it was definitely a holy beast. It was just that he didn't know what kind it was. Holy beasts that could travel freely here were probably top-notch existences. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about how powerful the other party was. He immediately chased after it. This was the first time he had encountered a living being in many years. He had to see what it was no matter what. When Ling Xiao approached the living being, Ling Xiao was shocked again. This was definitely a living being that had never been recorded in history. Perhaps it couldn't even be considered a living being. It looked like a lion or tiger. Its body didn't look like it had flesh and blood at all. Instead, it looked like it was formed from various origin crystals. It looked very strange. The colors on its body were rather messy. There were red, yellow, black. It seemed like there were all kinds of colors. It didn't react at all to the violent power. It seemed to be used to it. From time to time, it would raise its head to devour and absorb the energy here. When it saw Ling Xiao, its energy crystal-like eyes flashed with confusion. It didn't have any desire to attack, nor did it reveal any signs of life. Could it be that this is something that was born on its own in this area? It hasn't completed its transformation and hasn't developed intelligence. Ling Xiao guessed. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to get closer, the docile primordial beast instantly went berserk. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.